Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I hope the weather is okay where you are. I've been unable to get into the office this morning due to heavy snow, so I'm broadcasting from home. Apologise in advance for any interruptions. Can I first check, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Can I ask that you all have your microphones switched off at the minute, and anyone not taking part should turn their video off. We're all okay with that. So this is the first day of the third week of the public inquiry in relation to the application by Scottish Power Renewables for consent under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 for the construction and operation of an extension to the existing Arecleoch wind farm, approximately 3 kilometres southwest of Bar Hill. For those of you taking part in the inquiry for the first time, my name is Alison Kirkwood, and I'm joined by my colleague David Liddle. We are reporters with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, have been jointly appointed by Scottish ministers to consider the application and report to our findings and recommendations to them. So today is the first day of the inquiry covering the noise effects of the proposal. A member of the DPA IT staff will be present to help if any technical issues arise. The inquiry will be webcast live, and the video recording of the inquiry will be retained on our website after the application is determined. Can I remind all parties that electronic devices should not be audible during the inquiry and hearing sessions? If you have an emergency, where you are, please don't hesitate to depart, but just ask that we adjourn procedures. I want to run through a few more arrangements in a few minutes, but first of all, I'd like to ask parties to introduce themselves. So starting with the applicant, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, good morning, Madam. My name is Malcolm Thompson. I'm a Queen's Counsel and I'm instructed by Shepherd and Wedderburn on behalf of the applicant.
And do you have your, is Dr. Khan still with you? Okay. Did you want to introduce yourself, Dr. Khan? No, fortunately we can't hear you at the minute. I don't think you've got mute on.
Let me try that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Khan. That's
apologies. Yes, so I'm Dr. Matthew Khan, working with Hawley, and we'll be presenting expert evidence on noise on behalf of Scottish Power.
Thank you. For the objectors, Mr. Grosvenor, do you want to introduce yourself and your witnesses, please?
Yes, I'm acting on behalf of Susan Crosswaite. It's Susan's case. I'm a lay advocate. I've been involved with previous wind farm inquiries in England, first one in Scotland. And this is the first time virtually as well, so I hope it all goes well. The key witnesses we're introducing are Pat Spence, who's appearing in her own right, but we're happy to assist Pat and guide her as required. Dr. Angela Armstrong, who's a witness of Pat's, but again, we'll be liaising with Dr. Armstrong, and I'll be taking her through some of the evidence that Dr. Armstrong wishes to present. Then we've got Susan Crosswaite, who's a witness to the broad community case on noise. Ms. Crosswaite isn't an acoustician, neither am I an acoustician, but we talk from our experience over many years now. And then we've got Dr. John Yelland, who is an acoustician and a physicist. And then also Professor Mariana Alves Pereiras, who's been involved in the research on the effects of infrasound low frequency noise for, I think, about 30 years, 3 decades. And Mariana will be presenting, Professor Mariana will be presenting her evidence. So the running order will be, and which I think is pre-agreed, Ms. Spence.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that
Okay.
if that's okay. It's just useful to have
Yeah.
the introduction. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think that that's everybody that's taking part in the inquiry sessions. A protocol note for weeks 2 and 3 of the inquiry was sent to participants a few weeks ago. The protocol includes matters relating to the arrangements for the virtual sessions to help make these run smoothly. To summarise for the benefit of those watching, it's anticipated that proceedings will commence each day at 10 o'clock and run till about 4 p.m. We'll allow about an hour for lunch and we'll take regular screen breaks throughout the day. Please note that all participants must adhere to government guidance on COVID-19, and if we have any concerns regarding this matter, it may be necessary for us to adjourn proceedings. Thank you to all parties for submitting the list of documents yesterday that they intend to refer to. Now, because I've been unable to get into the office today, I don't have access to the hard copies of my EIA reports or the latest memory stick. So it may take me a bit longer to find documents, but obviously I can get them from the hub and download them from my my computer as well. So and David has his hard copies to hand. So between us, we'll manage to overcome that. We initially allocated 2 days for this noise inquiry, but with the agreement of parties, we will use Thursday as well if needed. I also want to touch on the matter of site inspections before we start. We have a request from Ms. Crosswaite to undertake some accompanied site inspections to monitoring locations. We had hoped to undertake these before the inquiry sessions, but this was not possible due to the COVID travel restrictions. So I suggest we come back to this matter once we've heard all the evidence to discuss which locations parties still wish us to visit on an accompanied or an unaccompanied basis. Is that okay? Okay. And I want to run through how these inquiry sessions will work. As Mr. Grosvenor alluded to, we previously agreed that objectors would lead their evidence first and then the applicant. And we've agreed to Ms. Crosswaite's suggestion that the running order for the objectors would be Ms. Spence, followed by Dr. Armstrong, and then Ms. Crosswaite, Dr. Yelland, and Professor Alves Piera. And Mr. Grosvenor, I think you've already confirmed there this morning that you're going to take on the role of advocate for all of the objectors.
Yeah.
That's helpful, thank you. So for the objectors, Mr. Grosvenor will introduce each witness to give their evidence in chief. And then afterwards, Mr. Thompson will introduce Dr. Khan for the applicant. Now, we propose that precognitions are taken as read and therefore not read out in part or full by witnesses. But if you'd rather read the precognition out, then that's fine. It's up to each individual witness. Now, it's important to note that in evidence in chief, the advocate can invite their witness to draw out some key points for clarification or to respond to any new points in other precognitions, which you wouldn't have had a chance to look at when you were writing your precognition. But we need to stress that evidence in chief should be restricted to what we've described. The main narrative of the case, the inquiry, should be clearly understandable from reading precognitions supported by inquiry reports and other documentation. You don't need to take us through all these matters in detail. We've already been through them and will continue to have to look at them again after the inquiry. The whole purpose of the sequence of exchange of statements of case, documents and precognitions is to allow everyone's position to be set out before the inquiry session. It allows everyone to prepare properly and means the questioning on the day can proceed efficiently and fairly. Although we do obviously have a third day allocate, we do have limited time, so examination chief should be as focused and as concise as possible. The point of the inquiry is to clarify and test that written evidence and not to greatly expand upon it. We will intervene if we think the evidence in chief is going beyond the matters raised in your statement of case, precognition or inquiry report, since that's what other reporters and we what other parties and we the reporters have had a chance to read and to prepare for. So that's evidence in chief. After that, witnesses will be cross-examined by opposing parties. So in this instance, objectors will be cross-examined by Mr. Thompson and Mr. Cand will be cross-examined by Mr. Grosvenor. Again, we would ask that cross-examination focuses on matters which are in dispute and are going to be important to us as we write up our report. After cross-examination, the reporters may have some questions for each witness. And finally, a witness can be re-examined by their advocate. And the purpose of re-examination is to provide clarification or response to questions put during cross-examination. It's not to bring in any new issue that you weren't asked about. And again, at the end of the whole inquiry, which will be when we finish these sessions, we'll make arrangements for making closing submissions in writing. Is everyone clear about how the next few days will proceed? Okay, are there any other procedural matters anybody wants to raise at this stage? Okay, well then I can just remind you to use your microphones and making sure to turn them off when you conclude speaking. This is required to allow the recording to switch to the person speaking and to avoid feedback. It's important that those participating, including the reporters, have time to follow the evidence and access any required documents. So just ask you to take your time and make sure that that parties have got access to the documents if you're wanting to refer to a particular extract. If we have any problems in relation to connections, we may ask parties to switch their video off. We found obviously that helped previously, but so far all seems to be well this morning. And on that note, then we can get started. So, Mr. Grosvenor, it'd be over to you to introduce Miss Spence as the first witness. Thank you.
I believe Ms. Spence has put in a list of core documents. But the most important one of those is her precognition, which is CD 2120A.
I've got that, thank you.
Now, I'm going to refer to Ms. Spence now to lead on any other documents she wishes to refer to, as this is her case overall. But I'll be sort of guiding her through, and I'm pretty much aware of most of it, but there are specifics that Ms. Spence will be more familiar with than me. Is that okay, Ms. Spence?
Yeah, I'm not really going to.
Sorry.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm not going to need you to go and look at any of the documents. There are photographs, CD 21, 5, 8, and 6, particularly 6 that I want to look at. CD 21, 4. So I just need to refer to that. And then Dr. Cann, CD 1522. I think there's another one of Dr. Cann, but I don't think you really need to look at it. I will just explain why I'm using it, and it's fairly clear. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Do you want to, Ms. Spence, do you want to run through the key points in your precognition first, which is CD 2120A, and provide the inquiry with details of your background, you know, where you live, how you live there, what brought you to the wilds of Scotland? If you can sort of explain that to the inquiry, that would be helpful.
Yes. First of all, I should emphasize that I'm a professional musician, and my understanding of acoustics particularly is more of a practical nature than I suspect Dr. Candon is. For my entire life, I have been either a soloist or a member of a chamber group or a principal flute in an orchestra. Every one of these situations has required me to make very subtle and very careful assessments of the building in which, say, we're giving a concert, because the acoustics are always different. And as a soloist, I've always had to make the best use of the acoustics. And so the very, very subtle differences in the way that the sound is directed, in the calculation of the length of notes and things like that is absolutely crucial. So whilst I don't particularly have a very theoretical knowledge of the kind that Dr. Cand has, I do have a very good understanding of how sound works. Now, we moved, I started the publishing company, Piper Publications, in 1976, and we operated from Staffordshire until we decided that we needed to have larger premises and more scope. And after very careful research and a lot of visits to various places, we chose Dr. Oil Farm just south of Bar Hill. This choice was controlled by the fact that it actually isolated. There was very few neighbours and they're all at some distance, so that we were not disturbed by people making lots of noise, and it was peaceful so that we could get on with our work. We had a place to make a garden. It was ideal. It was absolutely our forever place. Unfortunately, my husband died in 1992, and I stayed on. I didn't see any reason why I shouldn't stay on. I think I'm disappearing. Can you?
Yes, we can
Okay.
see you and hear you.
Okay. We don't see any possibility of anything changing, because nobody could build a housing estate because there wouldn't have been a water supply, etc., etc. So we looked at that very carefully at the time. So it was when the first applications for wind farms went in, we weren't that bothered. Well, I wasn't that bothered because my husband was dead by that time. And we didn't really appreciate, we were reassured that there wouldn't be any problems. We regret that because later on things didn't go so well. We gradually realized that the dizziness that I experienced after Arecleoch and Mark Hill farms became operational was not labyrinthitis, as the doctor first diagnosed, because it disappeared after a few days, came back, and gradually I began to associate that dizziness with the turbines being noisier and more prominent, although compared with some people, I've never ever said that the turbines were so excessively noisy in the audible sense as to be impossible. I've always said that the low frequency of these turbines is far more of a problem, and there is a point where you can both hear and feel turbines. It's before you get to the really low frequencies, which you only feel, and they take control of me in a way that is positively frightening, annoying. It makes my life impossible. It keeps me awake at night. If I manage to get to sleep, I get wakened up, so I don't have the right kind of sleep. I then get up in the morning. I don't have a choice as to whether I'm going to actually be able to do any work or not. I have to wait and see how many turbines are operating, how bad I feel. My cats, when I've had a bad night, they have had a bad night, and I have to avoid feeding them before lunchtime, simply because they just throw their food straight back up when, as I say, the turbines are really bad. I feel sick. I get diarrhea, dizziness, sharp ear pains, and as the number of wind farms, particularly when Kilgallick became operative, I experienced extreme pain in my ears. I get all this, and it has built up in a horrible way, so that basically all this, it takes my whole life. My whole life is in thrall to these turbines and what they're doing that day. I think I'm trying to press you this as much as I can. Then there was a point in 2016 where for 7 weeks, which we talked about in topic 8, the road and the was closed and the turbines were turned off the whole of this period, and it was just like it used to be. I could do what I wanted, apart from going out and go to the village or anything like that, but I could work, I could play my flute without having the tempo dictated by the rhythm of the turbines. And to a musician, to have your tempo dictated to you when you're trying to work is not amusing. It is absolutely shattering. It prevents me from actually doing what I want to do. I haven't been able to take pupils at home for at least 5 years, because I don't know how bad the turbines are going to be. I can't predict it in advance, so I've had to go to them. We used to have chamber music sessions at my house, and now I have to go to other people's houses all the time.
Perhaps step in there. I think that's given us a very useful overview of the effects of the turbines have. Mr. Grosvenor, are you able to take Ms. Spencer to sort of the impact of the proposal before us?
One of the things I'd like to just to raise at this particular point is specific question to Ms. Spence. When you're in your home, when you're looking out your windows, how many turbines can you see, and from what direction?
The only windows that I can actually see the turbines from are the upstairs front bedrooms. I can see the Arecleoch turbines in the winter. I can't really see them very well in the summer when there are leaves on the trees. From my office, I can't actually see them, but where I'm sitting now, but if I move further over in the room, I could see some of the Mark Hill ones.
And when you're outside in your grounds, what's the visual impact of the turbines on you specifically?
Well, when I'm in the garden in certain places, I can see the whole of Mark Hill, and from some directions I can see some of the Kilgalliot turbines. From the top of the road where you come into the property, I can actually see Kilgalliot. I can see some of the Arecleoch ones. I can see Log and Hadget Hill in the distance, and I can see all of Mark Hill turbines.
And sorry, if I can just interject now, and what's your general view on what's your opinion on the turbines you can see aesthetically and as far as your residential amenity? Do they impact on your residential amenity visually? Now, I know we're talking about, just continue.
Thankfully, Ms. Spence was able to give evidence in relation to visual impact at the inquiry sessions on landscape and visual, and we also touched on it on the overview of effects. So it would be really helpful if we could just keep to the noise impact for this session. Thank you.
Okay. Because the only reason why I just raised that now is because obviously the residential amenity is obviously visual and noise combined, and of course shadow flicker as well. What do you think what's your position on the new development, the Arecleoch turbines? I know again part of this touches on the visual impacts in terms of noise, but what's your concern specifically regarding the Arecleoch turbines in terms of noise?
Well, when after a time both the Arecleoch and Mark Hill wind farms have been operating, and then Kilgalliot came on, things from an infrasound and an audible sound got a lot worse. And I think that the addition of the proposed Arecleoch extension, and of course then there's the Clockrue one, which I don't think has been even considered as part of this application, which I think is a mistake. And I think even that the Kilgalliot extension could have a considerable effect given the size of the turbines. And also there is the still unbuilt Chermarie, which is consented to fill in a nice little gap between Kilgalliot and the existing Arecleoch wind farms. So I'm extremely concerned that because life is so difficult now because of all the noise, and in that I include the low frequency, which is only vibrations to me, and the audible noise, I really doubt I could stay in the house. I think it would be so bad that I mean, Scottish Power objected to the Arecleoch application, which was for 8 much smaller turbines, okay, more nearer to me than I think anybody else. But they objected on noise grounds because they thought they would make too much noise and that the SPR turbines would have to be turned off more than they wanted them to be. But now Dr. Cand seems to think that, oh, well, these 200-meter turbines somehow won't make the slightest difference to anybody. I mean, he
Can I just interject now? That there is a particular point that I think it's important to draw out from the location of the Arecleoch extension turbines. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Mark Hill is to the north of you.
yes.
Kilgalleoch is predominantly to the south of you.
It's quite a large spread. It's surrounding
And
these.
then the Arecleoch turbines, I believe, are broadly east and in the southeast quadrant. Is that correct?
Sorry, the Arecleoch.
Yeah. Sorry.
Slightly south.
To the west. Excuse me. I've just had a geographical misfunction. And then, of course, predominantly to the west and the southwest. Is that correct? The Arecleoch turbines.
Arecleoch and the Arecleoch extension would be nearer.
And then
they would.
Miss Spence, you're breaking up a wee bit. Mr. Grosvenor, could I ask you if you turn the microphone off when Miss Spence is speaking? I know it's a bit clunky, but it helps with the interference. If you could answer that one again, Miss Spence.
Yes, perhaps I should. Southeast, right round to southwest, Kilgalleoch turbines. There's a gap where Germany will presumably be built because it's been approved, in between there and Arecleoch, which is from slightly south of west. And then near circle to the north is Mark Hill, but there is an outer circle as well, which includes Hadgett Hill and Trelawney, and other wind farms to the south and to the east, but they're further away. So I have a sort of double circle around me of turbines.
So in other words, then the only direction, and I'm referring to this specifically on noise grounds. Obviously, there's issues with prevailing wind, and I mean, there's a technical argument about whether noise travels on the wind, and Dr. Yelland will deal with that. But in terms of wind direction, there's only potentially one direction where the wind will come from, where there'll be no turbines passed over between you and the turbines themselves, and that is to the northeast
and to the northeast.
To the northeast. So the other areas, correct me if I'm wrong, are occupied by turbines and potential audible noise emissions. Okay.
Very rarely of audible noise or low frequency, because quite often all three wind farms that are close are operating, and you know, there always seems to be one of them going if the others are switched off, with notable exceptions like the 7 weeks when they were connecting Arecleoch to the grid in 2016. And of course, last summer was lovely. I must be the only person who was appreciative of the COVID situation, because the shutdown shuts off quite a lot of the turbines because nobody was going to work. And so I could get on with my work. It was great. And okay, I don't like to obviously profit from other people's misery, but you know, it was nice not to be miserable myself for a change.
Can I just ask you another question? So you've described your living conditions pretty extensively. I think we don't need to go back to that. But what do you do? What respite do you take, or you know, how do you cope with when you feel that the turbines are particularly bad?
I just get in the car and go off somewhere. And if I've had a series of particularly sleepless nights, I try and find somewhere nice and quiet where I can have a sleep in the car.
And have you gone on holiday anywhere to get away from the turbines? And what was your experience, if so?
Yes, I went. I forget which year it was now. It was about 2017, I think. I went up to a place called Gove in the north of Scotland, and I booked. I had a bit of trouble getting in because I did it at short notice, and I booked a hotel which is marked on the map, and I can't for the life of me remember the name of it, but I researched Gove, and there didn't seem to be any wind farms around there because I was going to get away from the wind farms. And blow me, when I got there, I couldn't find this place. And it turned out it was about 20 miles north of Gove. So when I got there, I discovered that there was an array of wind turbines right across the other side of the road, and I just couldn't sleep there at all. I mean, they were going like the clappers, and there I was thinking, what the hell have I done? I'm booked in here for 3 nights. So
Right,
next morning, very
Mr.
early.
Rovner, can I maybe ask you to bring, say, if you remember what we said about evidence in chief, bringing
Sorry,
it back to matters that are in Miss Spence's recognition and relate to the proposal before us. Thank you.
Is there anything else that you want to bring in on your recognition? I'm particularly mindful that you put in some documents on complaints and monitoring. Do you just want to comment on those, Ms. Spence?
Yes. When installed, the first thing that happened was that they wanted to put it in the most sheltered place in the garden. I particularly created shelter because of the windy situation, so that I could put tender plants. And they went straight for a very sheltered bit. In fact, I had to point out to them that if they actually put the equipment where they wanted to put it, they would very soon find that it was sitting in a large puddle. So they moved it, and I suggested that they put it on slight higher ground. There's a photograph CD 21/6. Which shows the position of monitoring equipment when they had put it, and as you can see that it is near to some small bushes, and also in a very sheltered situation where obviously I had planned for plants that would need that shelter. To the right on the photograph, you will see that at the top there is a field boundary wall. I do own the land on the other side of it, but that was the boundary of the garden. And there is a higher position, more open, which I suggested might be a more suitable place to put the equipment. But I said, oh, no, 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 no. There was someone from Macon. There was Mark Jiggins from Hawley and Daniel Ferrier from SPR there. And they were unanimous. Oh, no, that's not suitable at all. And then I think Dr. Cand, in his explanation of that, said that very low field wall would cause unsuitable vibrations. I forget the exact phrasing that he used for that. But basically, what he meant was that it would reflect sound back, which would distort the readings. Now, the topography of my property, for a start, it's on a high point with sloping away to lower ground, and then surrounded, rather like the cork in an extinct volcano, which it probably is. Then there are higher ground and maybe not quite so high ground on which most of the turbines that surround me are placed. So that not only do I get the noise from all directions, I get the cross noise because obviously once you get any sound going, it'll bounce off anything and everything. So you cannot say that sound only goes in one direction. It certainly doesn't, because I've spent my whole life taking advantage of the fact that it doesn't in numerous concert halls. I know that. So the clash of several different wind farms going at once is obviously a large cause of my problems. What was I going to say then? Dr. Cand described my description of what is happening as implausible. And I would like to place him in this place so that he can find out how wrong he is. I really would.
Is there anything else specific that you'd like to draw attention to? I think you've covered the effects of you, and do you consider that the topography is particularly important? I know there's a suggestion that you refer to CD 21.4 from Laura Brown. Have you got that? It's just a brief note, isn't it? Can you just refer to that and talk to that, Ms. Spence?
Yes. Well, Laura and her partner Jim, they have horses, and of course they share the road, and they always they seem to come and they say, for goodness sake, it's loud up here. It's nothing like as loud down, because their cottage is down the hill from me. And in fact, you can actually walk up on a windy day, you can walk up and down that hill and hear the sound diminish as you go down and then increase when you come up the hill. And they have problems because in the more open area where they have their horses out in the field, they often find the horses standing facing the direction of the turbines that are annoying them. That is probably into the wind. But the other properties, both Dockeral and Lagish, are very much downhill in relation to my property. And they have far, and of course they're sheltered by the hill, and they have much less interference from noise and infrasound. Another thing that I should probably point out about my property is that there are sheds, stone sheds, but still sheds, one of which has been converted into my office where I am now. They're built into a close which is internally about 30 by 40 feet, something like that, with an entrance at diagonally opposite corners. That leads into another enclosed yard with another shed outside my house. And then, of course, there are all the rooms in my house. And the whole thing effectively is a series of boxes which resonate. Every box resonates. And so there isn't a room in the house that I can be in that doesn't resonate when the turbines are going. Equally, the same effect in my office. And of course, for the same reason, equipment before when in fact the Arecleoch and Mark Hill turbines that weren't working apparently when they put it in for a month, they put it in the close, which is outside my office here, and the noise level was virtually so low that it was inconsiderable, which I already knew. That's how it used to be. And I don't think that Dr. Cand has ever been to my property, so he has not assessed it on the ground. At least if he's been here without my knowledge, let's put it that way. So
can I just come back onto the monitoring? I believe that there was a period of time, was it 11 months, when there was low frequency infrasound monitoring done at your property as part of the compliance test. Was that correct?
Yeah, yes, it was. Now, Mark Jiggins was the Hawley representative who did that, and because I had complained of low frequency noise, and I discovered that he was concerned about measuring things at about 6 hertz, and he was making remarks about things like the electricity meter that had a sort of whirring sound that's pitched round about middle C. And middle C is probably the centre of notes that every adult, every child can pitch when they're singing. So obviously a clearly very audible sound. I was not complaining about the audible sounds. I was complaining about the low frequency that they were supposedly investigating. And so I was really concerned and annoyed. And he kept trying to pull the wool over my eyes or ears and say that, oh yes, because he could measure down to 6 hertz, he couldn't go down to the full 10 hertz of the equipment for some ridiculous reason that I never quite understood. I assume that it was because the equipment, first of all, was old, was out of date and unsuitable for the purpose that I expected it to serve. And I believe.
Can I just come in now? I think we've got that picture quite clearly. But the other question that I wanted just to clarify to the inquiry was that, have you ever had the results of that monitoring that was done over the 11-month period?
It's not the inside monitoring, no, but I think that there was a meeting with the council where they actually persuaded the council that they didn't actually need legally to give the details of low frequency monitoring because it wasn't required by law. I suspect at that point that the South Ayrshire Council people might have been intimidated by an email that a man called Martin Mather, who worked for SPR until, I don't know, sometime before about 2016, and then worked for the Scottish SNP as an advisor. It was effectively, wait a minute, it's CD 2117, and that letter is threatening South Ayrshire Council virtually with bankruptcy if the members of the committee, I think it was under Starlock, didn't toe the line or went on with their objection. And a company that allows their employee to send that sort of email to try to control a local.
Ms. Spence, can I maybe interject? I think we're drifting off the proposal before us again.
No, I agree there. Just to conclude then, is there any other aspects that you think you need to raise? I think you've covered most of the points I wanted to draw out from the evidence I've seen, Ms. Spence. Is there anything else that you want to add in? Because I think we've covered most of it now, have we, or not?
Yes, I think I pointed out, and I perhaps should reiterate it in this to make sure that you understand. There is a law of nuisance which says that a neighbour should not conduct their affairs in such a way as to interfere with the activities and livelihood of another neighbour. And this is, I think this goes back to about the 13th century or so, and is still in force. And I think that Scottish Power Renewables have abused this because they are interfering with my business, my way of life, and everything that is associated with my property. When I go away from my property, all these symptoms that I have, the high blood pressure, the ear pains, the dizziness, everything goes away too. And unless I unfortunately end up somewhere where there are more turbines, which I never choose to do, I am in perfect health. When I go away and do concerts and rehearsals, I am absolutely fine. It's only when I am here or in the vicinity of other wind turbines that I experience all these symptoms.
And the question you're likely to be asked, but I mean, what's your general view on the need to generate renewable energy? I know it's not specific to noise, but again, it's part of the inquiry and it's all about perception. I know there's a suggestion that people don't like turbines there, therefore they complain. So can you just answer that in your own way?
Like I think I said earlier on, I was persuaded by the arguments that were used when the applications went in for the Arecleoch and Mark Hill turbines, and I wasn't particularly bothered. I thought, well, fair enough. We're obviously needing to go on to renewable energy, and my conclusion at the time was I didn't know enough about it and I would trust the experts. And obviously I've since discovered how wrong I was. But at the time, I really
Can I
did.
just interject? I think Miss Spence, you have already put forward your evidence on that matter. I recall you saying all this earlier in your evidence. I don't think we need to go.
Okay, I think we've been going over all this sort of evidence for years and years and years.
Okay. Thank you. Is that thus done with the evidence in chief, Mr. Grosvenor?
Yes, I'm happy with that. I think we've covered most of the points that I certainly had in my mind to sort of cover. I think if there are any questions, then obviously we'll come back to those and we'll have cross-examination and perhaps re-examination as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Spence. Mr. Thompson, do you have any questions for Miss Spence? Are you ready to start them now, or would you rather take a break first of all?
I'm quite happy to proceed, madam. Thank you.
Okay, is that okay with you, Miss Spence? Get some
Yes.
questions from Mr. Thompson. Okay. Press on, Mr. Thompson, then. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Miss Spence.
Good morning.
I know you've had a lot of problems over the years, and I wonder if I could take you back to around about 2016 or 17, and I think you had been complaining to the council about the noise from the three principal wind farms around you, Arecleoch, Arecleoch, and Mark Hill. Is that about right?
My initial complaints were regarding Mark Hill and Arecleoch. During 2016, Kilgallick was still being built, but I did add Kilgallick to my complaint when they started to have the turbines operating. That was before they had them turning, before they were connected to the grid, and they were I suppose they were just testing them and so on. And I did complain about them then because there was a very clear increase in both audible and low frequency vibration, which I was very.
And the monitoring equipment that you were talking about, that you looked at in one of the photographs, I think that was installed for a period of about a year. Is that correct?
Just the outside monitoring was there from July 16 to beginning of September, I think it was, in 17. So I was just left. I don't think they were the last month or so that they were actually doing any monitoring. I think it was just there till they collected it.
Just so we can be clear about this, my impression, and I stand to be corrected, my impression was that the monitoring that lasted about a year started round about June 2017 and went on until the summer of 2018.
That was the internal.
Wasn't that external as well?
The external, oh gosh, yes, it was 1718. Yeah, well, you've got it in front of you, whatever it was. It's quite frankly, a lot of that is a sort of blur. I know it built up, and dates, I'm not good at dates.
I can imagine. Perhaps if you could look with me at CD 11.7.
Have I got this?
I hope so.
Spence, it should be on the memory stick that you were sent by
Oh,
the
right. Oh, wait a minute.
that has all the documents on them. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
if
I've
you've
got
that
it plugged in. Oh, hang on. I can't find it. It must be there somewhere. But
And you
if
don't
you just tell me what you just tell me what you
I'll
want.
try that.
Just tell me what you want.
It's a note of a meeting that was held on the 14th of December 2017. And it was attended by a couple of people from SPR, Mark Jiggins from Hawley, and Shirley Curran and John Esselman from the council.
There's a red time ago.
Right. And this meeting was recorded in this little note, a couple of pages. And on the distribution list, a copy appears to have been sent to you. So I hope you would have seen this at the time.
Yes, yes.
It shows that the monitoring had been going on, including internal, but not only internal. And it talks about you having once triggered the 10-minute recording device. Now, my understanding is that you were provided with a button or something of that nature, which enabled a time mark to be made on the recording of the monitoring, so that SPR or whoever was looking at the output from the monitoring could identify exactly when a particular problem was arising and could then look at their records of the activity of the 3 wind farms to try to work out, if they could, what was causing your problem. Do you remember being given such a device?
Yes, I do. I did try pressing it. I don't know whether it. I don't think it because I pressed it more than once. I know that, and I don't think it functioned very well, because first say then I only pressed it once. That's not correct. And I did press it on a number of occasions, and nothing seemed to happen. Then Mr. Jenkins turned up, and he said, "Oh, you didn't press the button," and I sort of said, "Well, yes, I did." And then he said, "Oh, well, it must be faulty or whatever. I don't know." And so I thought, well, that was a lot of use, and it not having worked, and I don't know whether I pressed it again when whether he had managed to sort it out or not. I probably did try it a few times, and I don't know. If it didn't work, it didn't work, and so I couldn't really do anything else about it, could I?
May it be correct that by the 14th of December 2017, you'd only pressed the button once?
Well, possibly, as I say, it hadn't functioned, hadn't worked, or what. I mean, I don't know. You just tell me this, and they just told me that. But you know, I mean, after I had a few times, I probably just got fed up with it and thought there's no point in that. Because of
Did you appreciate the importance of the button to SPR? Because
well, yeah,
it enabled SPR to try to identify the times when you were being disturbed and to relate that to their contemporaneous records of the three wind farm or the activity at the three wind farms.
absolutely.
So,
Yeah, I thought it was really.
Could you look please next at CD 21.8? It's an email chain that you've produced.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. Oh, yeah, I've got it. Yes.
First of all, I mean, this is, I think, an email chain that you've produced. Is that correct?
Yes.
But they don't look very much like emails that I've seen before. Have they been retyped?
Yes, because somebody said that there was a new law that you had to redact people's emails addresses, so I copied and pasted them.
And what I'm interested in is the first one, which is dated 2.5/2018. And this email seems to relate to the period before the monitoring started. The monitoring that we've just been looking at from December 2017. And if you look about halfway down, you say, I have just been contacted by phone by Mark Jiggins of Hawley, who are to install the monitoring equipment next Thursday, June the 6th at 2 p.m.
Yes.
Now, if that's right, and if the meeting that we've just been looking at the minute of was in December 17, it looks as if this email must have been sent in May 17 rather than 18. Is that a possible simple mistake in the transposing?
It is, actually. Yes, I haven't noticed that.
It's not a criticism. I appreciate that these things are easily done. But I just wanted to try to sort things out if I could. But were the subsequent emails correctly dated from July and October 18?
That's right. Yes. I think I know what the date, why the date was, because that was when I copied it to my letter with the date on which I copied that particular email to my lawyer.
Right.
So that
So the first one was May 17,
date's wrong.
but with the other ones, do you think correctly dated as 18?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. Now again, just trying to work out the chronology of what happened. Could you look next, please, at 21 CD 21.18, which is a little article from the Ayrshire Post.
Oh, yes, I didn't print this off, but I know what you're talking about.
Now,
Is that the one where they redacted the photograph of the actual article and you have to look at it? Yes.
it's a little article and the photograph, and you've lodged it. Now,
Yes, I'm not quite sure why
I
it
can't
was.
see a date on it.
Oh, right.
And I was going to suggest to you that it must have been about May 2017, because it seems to have been before the monitoring started at the beginning of June. And it seems to have been about the same time as that email that we've just been looking at. Is that likely to be correct, or can you help me?
Yes, I think that's probably right.
And the heading tells us that a national protest group has taken a wind farm ravaged woman under its wing. And I take it that's you.
Yes, please. Remember that.
And the national protest group would be INWG, the Independent Noise Working Group. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a picture of you and Mr. Grosvenor and Dr. Yelland.
Yes, that's right.
Who are both members of the Independent Noise Working Group. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, can I ask, how did you first get in touch with Mr. Grosvenor and Dr. Yelland?
I'm not absolutely sure how it
Find
was
you, or were you introduced?
introduced, maybe by Susan Crosswaite. Or
They didn't just arrive out of the blue.
no,
And
I really can't remember exactly how it came about.
well, if you look at the second column, about a quarter or a third of the way down, there's a paragraph beginning Dr. Yelland and Mr. Grosvenor stayed at Cosses, Ballantrae, the luxury guest house owned by Susan Crosswaite. So if they were staying there, it seems quite possible that she did introduce them.
Yes, I mean that's probably the way I was in touch with them. Yes, but just remember that exactly how it came about. So there was another person who may have put me in touch with Susan, who put me in touch with them.
Right. So there may have been an intermediary.
an intermediary. I really, I can't just.
Don't worry, that's fine, thank you. And again, am I right in understanding that that's Mr. Grosvenor and Dr. Yelland, were on the scene before the monitoring started?
Yes. I would assume that was just before the monitoring started, because Dr. Yelland was very keen to know how the monitoring equipment was being positioned.
There's just one other matter, Ms. Spence. Do I take it that you would be quite content that the reporters should visit your house when they do their site inspection at some stage?
Certainly. Yes, I do so.
Would you have any objection to them coming inside and looking at the size of the rooms?
Not at all.
Because I think that
tidy up first.
I'm sorry, Ms. Spence?
As long as I get the chance to tidy up first, because I live in a rather chaotic state.
I'm sure you'll have plenty of warning for that. Because there is a point about the wavelength of the type of sound that's being discussed, and it may assist the reporters to form a view as to the approximate size of the rooms. I won't ask you to try and measure them right now, but that might be useful. But otherwise, thank you very much for your assistance, Ms. Spence.
Just comment on that, Mr. Johnson. At the minute, we're unable to undertake site inspections to internal properties, obviously as part of the COVID restrictions, but it's something that we could take stock of near the time, but that certainly is one of the restrictions we're working under at the minute.
I'm terribly sorry, madam. You're coming over rather faintly.
Sorry,
I don't know
just saying that
if it's a problem.
Reporters are unable to undertake internal site inspections because of the COVID restrictions, but we can obviously take stock of that in later months if those are lifted.
It may be that Ms. Spence can provide approximate measurements of room sizes. It's not vital, but it's just something I wanted to. Okay,
yeah, there may be workarounds. It was just to alert you to that potential obstacle.
Thank you very much, madam.
That you finished with your cross-examination?
Have indeed. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Regarding, hello.
Sorry, just a moment, because that's the cross-examination finished. I suggest we take a short break. It's 11:18. We reconvene at 11:30, and then potentially David and I'll have a quick chat, see if we have any further questions for you, and then it would be for Mr. Grosvenor to come back for your re-examination if necessary. Is that okay? So if we reconvene at 11:30.
Yeah,
thank you. Okay, are we all back? Oh. Okay, Miss Spence, we actually don't have any further questions for you. The matters that we've noted down you covered in your evidence in chief, so thank you for that. So just over to Mr. Grosvenor, are there any matters on re-examination to
Yes,
address the points
yes,
made by-
there is one. There is one.
Over to you.
There's a couple of questions. Ms. Spence, do you remember the dates that Mark Hill started operating?
Not precisely. I believe it was sometime in the middle of 2011.
2011.
I think so. That I couldn't be certain about that.
Well, we can confirm that. We can confirm the dates. Okay. Do you know the dates that Arecleoch started operating?
It was around about the same time, within a few months. I can't remember which was first.
So what would that be? 2012?
No, in the same I think within 2 or 3 months of each other.
So they were both operating roughly from 2011. Is that correct?
I think so. Yes, around about there. Anyway.
And when did Arecleoch start operating?
Well, they had turbines turning in 2016. I'm not entirely sure. I think it was the following spring that they were actually commissioned.
Right.
Because they weren't connected to the grid until that 7-week period in the summer of 2016.
And
so
when
fully commissioned about March.
do you recall when you started complaining about wind turbine noise?
The Arecleoch ones.
No, the first complaints you started to or the first dates where you started to feel you had a problem.
Probably late 2015 or maybe a bit earlier. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
Getting some noise from them, but I didn't associate it with the problems I was having until some time after that. So it was separate in a way for a bit.
Yeah. So this had been built, and I don't want to put words into your mouth, obviously, or into your head, but you say that you've been feeling for some time that you're having impacts. Is that correct?
Yeah. I sort of there were just things that weren't right, and I started to get high blood pressure.
Yeah.
Which was picked up by just a routine check when I was down at the surgery for something else.
Yeah.
Can I maybe step in, Mr. Grosvenor? Just to remind you that re-examination is about the matters that have been raised by Mr. Thompson. This seems to be going back to sort of introducing additional evidence by Mr.
No, well, what I'm trying to point out here, ma'am, is that it was almost implied by the article that because the article came in 2016 and the monitoring came in 2017, that there was a suggestion that the article was related to the Spence complaints. That's the point I'm just trying to get to. So the timelines here are quite important.
Okay.
And the other point I just wanted to raise, or just ask Ms. Spence, this reporter who's written the article, Stephen Houston, were you in contact with him, or how did Stephen Houston get involved?
I think I contacted the newspaper because
Right.
I felt that I wasn't getting anywhere with the complaints. I know there was a delay in the complaints that was put down to the person who was supposed to deal with it. Was off ill and nobody else took any notice. Didn't seem to be anyone designated to sort of pick up his emails and see what was going on. And he was my sort of contact with SPR after I'd made the complaint. It was called Mitch somebody, can't just remember, but he was supposed to be the person in charge when Gilgallic became operational, I think. But then he'd been ill for quite a while, apparently. So that's supposed to have explained the delay between my asking for them to do something about it, the noise and so on, and it actually happening. And then my contact with SPR changed to be Daniel Ferrier.
But that's fine. That's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grosvenor, and thank you very much, Ms. Spence. That's the end of your evidence. So next would be Dr. Armstrong, which obviously relates to Ms. Spence's evidence. Dr. Armstrong, are you there? Oh, excellent.
I'm here. It's a bit like a séance.
Now, I think Mr. Grosvenor is going to lead you through your evidence, or are you wanting to read out your statements? What's your preference?
Ma'am, I would like to read the statement simply because I have provided 3 fairly short statements. I would like to just go through those because it will explain to everybody the symptoms that Miss Spence has, and also why I feel that I have the correct qualifications to make the statements that I'm going to make.
Can I just enter that, Dr. Armstrong, I only have 2 documents from you, which is CD 21.9 and CD 21.10. There's an email that you
basically
wrote in 2017, and then an addendum dated 6th of January.
Plus, I also provided, certainly to Ms. Spence, an explanation of the role of an occupational physician, because I think it has, that has relevance to why I feel I have the ability to discuss the relationship of Ms. Spence's symptoms to what has been happening to her. It's very short.
I don't think that that's been lodged. Am I incorrect?
Oh.
Mr. Thompson's shaking his head as well. Was that the question you were coming in on, Mr. Thompson? Ms. Spence, you want to?
Yes, I probably was wrong in not including that in the document, because I spoke to Dr. Armstrong and suggested that she would introduce herself, as other people have done, and she would be able to say that at that point. It would be more appropriate for her to say that.
Yes, it'll say
introduction.
who I am, what I am.
Right. Well, you'll be able to do that as part of your introduction. Mr. Grosvenor, do you want to introduce Dr. Armstrong on the basis that she's going to read a recognition? I don't know whether you want her statement.
Yes.
At some point.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. The documents we're going to be referring to is, as correctly said, Dr. Armstrong, CD 21.9, CD 21.10. We'd like to refer to CD 21, sorry, let me just put that through. CD 15.28, which is Dr. Khan's precognition, and CD 23.105, which is Dr. Yellen's inquiry report. Okay.
Yep, I've got a note of all those, so thank you.
So Dr. Armstrong, if you could just lead on with your background and history, and I think that's encapsulated in your precognition or your inquiry evidence.
I'm Angela Armstrong. I'm a retired general practitioner and have considerable experience in occupational medicine. For the last 4 years, in fact, since 2012, I've had an interest in wind turbine syndrome. Mrs. Spence has asked me to investigate her health problems, which she has experienced since the arrival of the turbines at Arecleoch and Mark Hill in 2011. She's an intelligent, articulate 74-year-old musician. That was obviously when I saw her in 2017. And she still is intelligent. I visited Mrs. Spence at her home on the 16th of August 2017, and I'm in possession of a report from her GP who confirms what she's told me with regard to her health record. She tells me that in 2011, after the turbines at Arecleoch and Mark Hill became operational, she began to waken suddenly in the night and felt she was having a heart attack. At first, she didn't associate her symptoms with the turbines. The symptoms increased over a few months from 2 to 3 times nightly, up to 7 times. She found these experiences frightening, which is understandable, and they were always accompanied by the rhythmic thumping of the turbines. I find it interesting that when she describes this, you see her moving in time to what she remembers about the turbines. The worsening of her symptoms would appear to coincide with harvesting of forestry around the area, which may have removed any protection from the infrasound produced by the turbines. This is what Miss Spence told me. Some time ago, during a particular noisy turbine period, she developed positional vertigo. Now that is dizziness, which is related to changes of position of the body. In other words, if perhaps you're sitting down and then you suddenly stand up, you suddenly start to feel dizzy and unable to control your balance. She's noticed that her symptoms have steadily increased since the summer of 2016, when more trees were felled, and with the arrival of the turbines at Kilgalleoch. Symptoms vary in intensity according to weather conditions, but often she's aware of a sensation in her head that she describes as being thumped by a hammer with a regular beat that perfectly matches a blade sweep at varying intensity for 24/7. She has recently also experienced severe pain in addition to her other symptoms. Importantly, she states that her symptoms gradually disappear when she travels away from home. It's my opinion that Mrs. Spence is experiencing classical symptoms of wind turbine syndrome in relation to the proximity of wind turbines at Arecleoch, which is 4.5 kilometres from her home, Mark Hill, which is 3 kilometres away, and Kilgalleoch, which is also 3 kilometres away. In view of the fact that Mrs. Spence's symptoms stop when she travels away from her home and start again when she returns, it is my opinion that she should not be compelled to continue living at Docroyal, as this would be detrimental to her health. Now, that was what I wrote in 2017. My addendum states, further to my report of August 2017, I have been in contact with Mrs. Spence on a regular basis by telephone, email, and occasional visits at her home in order to update myself on her welfare. I confirm that her symptoms, as stated in my previous report, continue almost unabated. It is noticeable that when turbine activity was suspended last summer, her demeanour became more positive and she appeared more energised and happy, which in my opinion was consistent with the decrease in exposure to infrasound from nearby turbines. How sad that COVID should give her her only respite. I find that very sad. I continue to be appalled by the apparent lack of concern expressed by SPR regarding the suffering of an elderly woman living in close proximity to turbines built near her home. So I wrote that in January. I also felt it was important to explain a bit about what I did as an occupational physician, which I feel has given me the ability over the years to judge people's health and fitness in relation to their environment. So if you would allow me to do that, I'd be grateful. Amongst other rules, an occupational physician studies the medical history of an employee and comments on their fitness for their occupation and the possible ill effects from that occupation. She is not involved with the patient's treatment. There will normally be a referral from the employer, and the doctor will then decide what information is required to give an opinion. Clearly, a knowledge of what the patient's work involves and the environment and possible harmful effects involved are necessary. The doctor will then interview the patient and, if appropriate, examine the patient and request a confidential report from the patient's doctor. Then a recommendation can be made as to the employee's fitness for the occupation and or the possibility of any requirement for adaptation to the workplace deemed advisable. This may require some discussion with the employee, management, and a trade union. The confidentiality of the patient's medical records must be respected at all times by the doctor, and therefore written consent to use any information gleaned from these is paramount. There are many similarities between this role and my interviews and visits to Mrs. Spence. And could I just add, I have had experience with very large organisations, including Marks and Spencer, British Telecom, and latterly, before I returned to Scotland, I was involved in providing an occupational health service to London Fire Brigade, which was a very taxing job and a very interesting job. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. Mr. Grosvenor, are there any other points you want to?
Yes, I'd like to take Dr. Armstrong to Dr. Yellen's evidence, which is 105. Sorry, 23105. Particularly starting in section 2.3.
Mm-hmm. Can you remind me, Mr. Grosvenor?
That's that Dr. Yellen's inquiry reports, which is 23, core document 23.105 JBY 1. That's the name of the inquiry report. I believe you've got that.
I have somewhere in the midst of this. Can you please remind me? Could you just tell me which part? If you could read it out for us, please.
It starts on page 11, and it's chapter 2.3, the human auditory and vestibular system.
Yeah.
And can you just go through that? Dr. Yelland states in his inquiry report at paragraph 1.19 on that he is not a physician, but he's a physicist.
Yeah.
You can look to that if you want to.
Yeah. I mean, basic. Yeah. Cool.
So Dr. Yelland isn't professing to be a doctor, but he is a physicist. And I just like sort of you to go through the points he makes here regarding the middle ear and the medical basis of his report here, and just see if you can comment on it if you go through it and see whether it's medically sound as a GP.
I read through it yesterday, Mr. Grosvenor, and I think it is medically sound. I would like to just say that the ear is a very complex organ. It's not the part of the body that you can see at each side of the head. And it is not just, there are a lot of complex processes involved within the ear, the depths of the ear, where you have a lot of connections with really all parts of the body, because through something called the autonomic nervous system, where you have anything that comes through, say sound of all amplitudes, will go through there and be read, I guess, by nerve fibers, and then messages go to the cardiovascular system, to the brain, and to obviously hearing as well. But in fact, we're not discussing hearing just at the moment. So it's a very complex organ with a lot of effects on the whole of your body. Does that help? Can you hear me?
I'm muted. Can you just particularly refer to paragraph 2.3.2? It starts the middle ear and then it just carries on beneath the diagram of the middle ear there. Can you see that paragraph? Can you just explain a bit more about that particular paragraph? If you want to read it out,
Mr. Grosvenor, I'm sorry, I cannot actually find the document at the moment on my iPad, so I would like you to perhaps just read and remind me what it says.
I can do. I can't guarantee I'll pronounce all the paragraph.
You mean things like ossicles?
Yes, that's right. Middle ear, C figure 3. The ear drum is connected via the isosceles. Yes. Three tiny bones. Three tiny bones in the middle ear: the malleus, the incus, the stapes to the cochlea. The isosceles form an impedance matching network between the air, which is relatively compressible, impinging on the eardrum, and the fluid, which is far less compressible in the cochlea. This provides an efficient transfer of the tiny amount of acoustic energy reaching the eardrum to the oval window of the cochlea. Is that explanation scientific and medically correct?
Very much so. It's anatomically correct and it's physiologically correct. Basically, it's what I was saying, that all these, because that really that's very scientific, and not every lay person understands the scientific terms. Not every lay person knows how to pronounce them either. But basically, you have a passageway, a means of messages coming from the outside, basically sound, and sending messages via all these absolutely wonderful little bones with the unpronounceable names, and the vibration then sends messages via the nervous system, so that you get and there's all sorts, there's fluid in there which is involved, and I'm sure Dr. Yellen knows more about the physics of this than I do. The vibrations go through the fluid, and you have a very complex nervous system, which then goes through a nerve which tells the brain that there are sounds outside, tells the cardiovascular system that there are things going on. That's the heart and the blood vessels. It is an amazing organ, and it has effects on so many parts of the body. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yep.
Sorry, Mr. Grosvenor, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I keep forgetting to press the button. Is there anything else you want to specifically comment on, Dr. Yell, that particular section? I know you haven't. I know you've read it before, but you haven't got it in front of you. Was there anything else that you wanted to comment on?
No, just that. But basically, Dr. Yellen, yes, he's a physicist, but physicists know a great deal about the working that's involved within the body. That's why people like me had to do physics, much as I didn't like it at medical school at the very beginning, so that I understood these things. Dr. Yellen understands these things, the actual mechanics of these things, and that is very useful, and his opinion matters.
Can I just refer you to Dr. Cahn's statement at paragraph 4.8 in his precognition, which is CD 1528. I don't know whether you've got that.
I have read it again. I have read it overnight, and I've also read it again this morning.
And
can you just remind me the paragraph that
it's 4.8, paragraph 4.8 in his precognition. Would you like me to read that, or have you got that to front of you?
Yes, please, Mr. Grosvenor. Could you read it?
Dr. Cahn says at 4.8 in his precognition, for reasons detailed in my inquiry report, CD 1522, it's implausible that the disturbance reported by Ms. Spence is related to low frequency or infrasound noise. It is, however, not in dispute that turbine noise can be audible at this property, and reactions to any audible noise source can vary very strongly between individuals based on a range of factors. What's your take on that? Is it plausible or implausible?
I disagree entirely with him, I'm afraid. It's just perfectly plausible, and I do disagree with him.
I think that's all the questions I've got for Dr. Angela Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Grosvenor, Dr. Armstrong. Next step would be for Mr. Thompson to ask you some questions. Dr. Armstrong, is that okay? You happy enough to continue?
It's fine, yes.
Okay. Over to you, Mr. Thompson, if you're ready.
Thank you, Madam. Just before I begin, I wonder if now that Dr. Armstrong has read out her third paper, if it could be produced just for convenience for everybody to have the script.
Yes, that was a follow up on arrange for that to be submitted, just for completeness. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Armstrong, I understand you're a retired GP. When did you retire?
I retired in 2002. Working as a doctor, however, I still have all my faculties. I also am involved in various groups, a particular group, an action group for our local hospital. And at the moment, I'm involved, because of that, in presenting a petition to Parliament on behalf of our rural communities. So I have still got an interest in medicine, and as I say, I'm still in possession of my faculties.
I wasn't suggesting for a moment that you weren't, Dr. Armstrong.
Oh, I'm sure you weren't, Mr. Thompson.
What I was interested in was when someone like you retires from general practice, are you able to treat patients? Do you have insurance? How does it work in practice?
It depends what you want to do. I have continued to be a registered medical practitioner simply because that is what I wish to do. I wish to still be recognised as a doctor. However, I cannot practice as such. I couldn't go and do a locum at the moment unless I then proved that I could that I had kept up to date with treatments in general practice. I am the medical insurance people insure me for emergency situations. For instance, if I stop at an accident on the road, my medical defence union will continue to cover me while I give medical treatment.
So in non-emergency situations, you haven't been tending to patients since you retired in 2002?
No, apart from the patients I meet when I go to the shops who still expect me to remember everything about their medical history, but no.
One of the problems of being a doctor.
Yes, indeed.
Have you seen Mrs. Spence's medical records?
I have indeed, yes. That's one of the important parts of trying to understand what's going on with a patient, because I'm sure you'll realise that patients don't. I was always taught by consultants who taught me as a student, listen to your patient, and if you listen carefully to your patients, they will tell you what is wrong. Now, that doesn't mean to say they'll come along and say, I've got COVID or whatever, but you listen and listen to what they don't say and make judgments about what they're telling you. So you need to develop a skill at understanding people, and that is very important when you take a history from a patient. But it's also important that you, in what I used to do in occupational medicine and what I've done with Mrs. Spence, is to have a look and see and find out from the doctor, her own doctor, what he or she thinks as well, so that I've got a spectrum of what is going on in order to make a judgment. Can you hear me?
Yes, fine, thank you. I noticed in your initial report that you said that you were in possession of a report from her GP.
Yeah.
But you didn't say that you'd seen her medical records.
Basically, the report gives me a summary. Sorry, I may have misinformed you there. gives me a summary of what is in her medical history. I haven't actually had possession of those notes in her doctor's surgery. Her doctor has summarized them for me and has given them to me, given that summary to me.
I'm most grateful. And you haven't treated Mrs. Spence as a patient?
Never, no.
Never, no.
I was there in a position of judgment, I guess. Just as I did in occupational medicine, I made decisions about patients without treating them. It's actually very important that those two things are separate. You shouldn't mix that sort of judgment with treating a patient. It's not appropriate, in my opinion.
Forgive me if you've already answered this, but how long have you known Mrs. Spence for?
Just since I met her, in order to assess her situation. If I can just sort of go back slightly, I became interested in wind turbines and the effects of wind turbines when EDF proposed a wind farm behind my farm in Dumfries and Galloway. And therefore I started researching what effects they had, because I didn't know much about them. And then I read that there could be ill effects from turbines. And the thing that really interested me way back in 2012 was 3 doctors in 3 different areas. There was Sarah Laurie in Australia, Nina Pierpoint in the United States, and a lady called Amanda Harry, who was a GP in Cornwall in England. These were all, like me, ordinary doctors who listened to their patients, and each of them separately noticed that patients were coming in expressing symptoms just like Mrs. Spence, and there seemed to be more of them, and they began to wonder why. They began to wonder why, and realized that the symptoms of their patients coincided with the building of turbine sites near their homes. So that was what started me in being interested in it.
Could I just bring you back to my original question, which was how long have you known Mrs. Spence for?
Well, since that day I went to see her in 2017, when I went to see her but the reason I went to see her is because part of my interest made me contact various people in the United Kingdom who have an interest in wind turbines and the problems with them. And 2 of those people were Susan Crosswaite and Mr. Grosvenor. And the reason I contacted them is because they were at that time, and it again must have been about 2017, they were involved with patients in Ayrshire, Largs and Fairley, which is quite near my home. So therefore I got into conversation with them, and I thought it would be a good idea just for me to be able to make some records of patients who were complaining, not saying this poor soul is affected by turbines, but looking at whether in fact that it was a genuine case, because lots of people will tell you they're having problems for all sorts of reasons. But just to have notes that if in the future anybody needed them, then I've got them under lock and key, because they're confidential medical records, and they're there if for people who may be doing research in the future. So that was the reason for contacting Miss Spence.
I think your interest in opposition to wind farms goes back to at least 2012. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. August 2012, when we noticed a mast behind our farm and wondered why it was there. And then discovered that somebody was planning to build an industrial turbine site behind our home. They
I
failed, by
came
the way.
across I came across a quote of yours in the Galloway Gazette from 2012,
Right.
the 20th of October, I think, and you were quoted as saying, "I'm a 70-year-old retired doctor, and for the first time in my life, I'm going on a protest march." And the detail
Yeah.
of that was Perth, Saturday, October the 20th, to try to get our SNP government to stop the rape of our countryside with
Sorry,
industrial
Mr.
turbine
Thompson,
sites.
do we have that?
Yeah, that's right.
Do we have that document before us?
No, madam.
Is it a sort of question what relevance it is to the case that we have? If we don't have sight of the document, it's difficult for us to put it in context.
It was simply to date Dr. Armstrong's involvement as an activist.
Has indicated that has agreed with you that it was 2012 that she first took an interest in wind farms. I just don't want you to be giving evidence on matters that we don't have before us.
And at that time, you believed that as a result of the development of wind farms, electricity prices would go down. Sorry, would not go down, but would increase.
No. They certainly, and that has proved to be correct to this very day.
And am I right in understanding that you and your husband went to the SNP conference in Perth and did indeed protest there?
We did, yes. My late husband and I did, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
No, he's only recently died. Yeah.
Sorry. And were you involved with an organization at that time called Communities Against Turbines, known by the acronym of CATS?
Yes. Now, they were around at that time, and I know my husband had some contact with them, and so did I, very fleetingly, because in fact I really don't remember when they sort of went off the radar, but because I had communications rather than involvement with a lot of anti-turbine organizations, simply because I do believe that I need, with anything in life, I need to take a sensible, objective view on things, and I do like to have other people's opinions and to find out what's going on.
And did your interest in opposing wind farms continue fairly steadily from 2012 onwards?
It has continued, yes. It has continued until now.
For example, in 2013, I think you addressed the Port William Community Council as a
Indeed.
wind farm protester. Is that correct?
Well, I guess yes. Port William is my local community council, and I have addressed them on several occasions about various things, but including wind turbine applications. Yeah.
And then
There
moving
was-
on, were you involved in the opposition to the Assal Valley wind farm installation near Girvan?
No, I don't think so. I couldn't absolutely. No, I don't think so. I may have opposed it. I really don't remember offhand.
Again,
Because I
just
know I have actually opposed various wind farm proposals over the years if I've felt that they're inappropriate.
yes. Again, I was just idly looking at the internet to see what you'd been up to over the years.
I
And
hope it's not all there.
nothing to be embarrassed about.
No,
But
thank goodness for that.
there was a reference in relation to the Assal Valley at Girvan to if you wanted more information, you could go to a website or locally to Dr. Angela Armstrong, and it gave your postcode and phone number.
That I honestly don't remember, Mr. Henderson. I'm sorry. No, sorry. I just don't remember that particular thing, and I'm actually surprised that my telephone number and name has appeared on the internet in that respect.
I wasn't going to read it out loud.
That's okay. No, I don't. That's you surprised me.
And
If it was something like my local one at Arecleoch, which was the one proposed behind my home, yes, I could understand that. That I don't. I just the answer is I don't know why that is there.
because at that time, there seemed to be a concern on the part of Wins for Justice, whose website I found this on, that people experiencing a variety of symptoms, including ear pressure, balance problems, vertigo, nausea, visual blurring, and so on, should realize that those symptoms might be attributable to.
Yeah, sorry, I'm finding it difficult to hear you, but
I'm sorry.
I
was looking
hear
away.
what you're saying. Now, Winds of Justice is an organisation that I'm involved with, as is Mrs. Crossthwaite. And it may be at that time because I was showing an interest in, which I still am, in the ill effects of wind turbines, that actually has appeared. I have appeared as somebody people could contact, but what you were saying earlier just came as a surprise. But Winds of Justice is an organisation that I have got some involvement with, and in fact, I'm now on their Facebook page as well.
Would you agree with the proposition that someone who was suffering from any of that sort of symptom, who believed that it might be attributable to infrasound or low frequency noise, ought to report the problem to their own doctor?
That is the first thing that I would say to a patient. Have you discussed this with your doctor? This I have an interest in it, and I think probably Mr. Grosvenor and Mrs. Crosswaite would realise that I am very strict in being sure that I don't just immediately meet a patient and think, oh, this poor soul is affected by wind turbines. I think they've had enough discussions with me where I have made it quite clear that we must be very objective about all patients who claim to have problems.
Thank you very much, Dr. Armstrong. I have no further questions. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Dr. Armstrong, I just have one question for you. You state that Ms. Spence has experienced classical symptoms of wind turbine syndrome. I just wondered, was that syndrome something that you encountered when you worked as a GP, or has it just been since you retired?
It's just been since I had it's since I took an interest in wind turbines. It's not something I was aware of when I was a GP. I hadn't heard of it. So yes, it is since I retired.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question that we have. Mr. Grosvenor, is there anything you want to ask Dr. Armstrong in re-examination?
Yeah, I just want to come back to a point here. Dr. Armstrong, is your, well, just tell the inquiry your broad concerns about the people that you've been sort of following or contacting with regards to wind turbines in a medical capacity.
My concerns?
Yes, it's because the suggestion here is that you're just doing this because you're a protester. But I mean, can you just talk to that a bit?
I think I have been involved in protests mainly to find out what was going on, and also to make it clear, because when I've been at protests, and I've been at 3 in the time since 2012, it has been on each of those occasions at an SNP conference, basically because the SNP appeared to be promoting the proliferation of wind turbines within Scotland, not necessarily in the right place. And they do not appear to recognise that these structures are actually can have the potential to be harmful to people. And it's, for me, a very important issue that we prevent harm. So that is why I have been on protests. And yes, at the age of 70, it was the first time I'd ever been in a protest in all my life. And I'm glad I did. And I've met a lot of interesting people. I've met a lot of politicians and been able to discuss things with them, discuss issues with them as far as wind turbines are concerned. In fact, I had a discussion only a few days ago with my MSP, who doesn't agree with me. And that's his prerogative. But life, we must always be open to understanding what's going on, and also telling people if you think something's wrong.
Thank you. I've got no more further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Grosvenor. That's the end of your evidence, Dr. Armstrong. Thank you very much for taking part. And I'm glad your connections held up in terms
Yes,
of...
I'm very pleased, yes. So thank you very much for listening.
Not at all.
Bye-bye.
Okay. next witness, I think, Mr. Grosvenor, is Miss Crosswaite. How do you feel about, do you wish to start Miss Crosswaite before lunch, or would you prefer to take an early lunch and then you know, potentially break? I don't know how long you anticipate your evidence in chief with Miss Crosswaite.
I prefer to have an early lunch because then we can go through with Ms. Crosswaite's. Hopefully we might be able to finish that this afternoon. There's quite a bit to go through with Mrs. Crosswaite, so I think an early lunch, I would prefer that, but it's up to you.
Okay, well, that's fine, but I think I would put the a cautionary note to recall what was said at the start about the purpose of evidence in chief. It's not to go over everything in Miss Crosswaite's very detailed evidence that's been submitted to say we have all that. It's very much about focusing on matters that were raised in Dr. Khan's precognition, which obviously Ms. Crosswaite wouldn't have had a chance to comment on. So we won't allow, you know, lengthy evidence in chief, because that's not the purpose for what we're
No, we understand that, but Ms. Crosswaite's evidence covers quite a number of points, and to which Dr. Khan's responded to. So, you know, I think we're mindful of that because it would take hours to go through it in fine detail. So I think that's what we intend to do.
Okay, well, hopefully you'll get a chance over lunch to kind of sort of discuss it within that context. That would be helpful. So it's 25 past 12 at the moment. Is 3/4 of an hour enough if we come back at 10 past 1? Is that okay for parties? Okay, so 1:10 back for the afternoon session to start Miss Crosswaite's evidence. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. Just waiting for Mr. Grosvenor. I don't see him just yet, but Ms. Crosswaith, I take it you've been speaking to Mr. Grosvenor during the break. He hasn't got issues that we need to address in terms of connection. Oh, here he is. Afternoon, Mr. Grosvenor.
Good afternoon.
Starting to get a wee bit worried.
No, sorry. I was clicking on the wrong icon on the bottom of my screen. I was looking to reconnect to you completely. I hadn't noticed the little the round icon.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back this afternoon session into the inquiry on noise issues. So the next witness for the objectors is Ms. Crosswaith. Just hand over to you, Mr. Grosvenor, to lead her in her evidence in chief.
Yes, there's quite a number of CDs that we're going to refer to, not in any great depth, but just in brief points to respond to Dr. Can's rebuttal. Do you want me to list those now? Would that be useful, or go through them as we go?
I think if you just refer to them as you go and just
Okay.
give people time to pull them up.
Yeah. Okay. So Mrs. Crosswaith, do you want to just start with an introduction to you? Oops, what's happening here? This is moving. My thing's moving.
Yes, is that all right? Can everybody hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. I will be referring to my precognition and my report quite a lot. I will not be reading them out because there's quite a lot in there, and I'm sure you've already read it. But I will just start with my precognition, which is CD 23106. My name is Susan Crosswaith. I qualified from Mather College of Education, which was part of Manchester University in 1975. My only medical training, which I did briefly at Guy's Hospital, thinking that as my mum was a midwife and my sister a nurse, it might be the thing to do. But I only lasted 6 months, but I do understand anatomy from that point of view. I and my witnesses are caring people who are doing this out of concern for those who are suffering and not to help themselves when they find that they have become wind farm neighbours. I'm not directly a wind farm neighbour. As I drive up to my home, I can see 6 of the Arecleoch original turbines, and I'm sure that This application, should it go ahead, will hugely impact on that drive up from the village and on the village of Ballantrae itself. I have met many wind farm neighbours in that time, some of them who've had to abandon their homes, Case Adele, who was mentioned in my original statement, and various others. I have 10 years of experience and research into the impact of wind turbines on people and their environment. My witnesses, who I will just refer to, in particular, statements from people like Malcolm Swinbanks and Chris Hanning, who stayed with me when I did the original wind farm conference. So I got to know them very well. And then, of course, I've got to know Melvin Grosvenor and Professor Mariana and Dr. John Yelland very well over the years too. The opinions expressed in this submission are believed to be the truth and based on current environmental legislation, current published guidance from statutory authorities, and referenced where applicable. I think that's all I want to say on my introduction, unless Mr. Grosvenor wants to ask me anything else about it. Can't hear you.
I unmuted myself and unmuted myself. If you just go back to your first contacts with Dr. Swinbanks and Dr. Hanning, can you just explain where they took place?
Yes, as a result of becoming aware of the wind farms around us and the size of Arecleoch, 60 turbines and 28 at Mark Hill, and also the ongoing application at Kilgalleoch, which lasted for years and years and years. There was another one as well called Breaker Hill, and the community councillors at Breaker Hill came to see me, and also the chair of the community council in Ballantrae. They came to see me and they said, "You're very involved in tourism issues," which I was at the time. I was involved in the Chamber of Commerce, tourism boards. I was part of Taste of Ayrshire, a number of things, and so I was quite well known in the community. And they said, "Aren't you concerned about all these turbines? That they are what's needed for the future?" And they said, "Well, I think you need to look a bit further." And so that's where it started. And I did start to look further. And because of that, we formed a group which Mr. Thompson has referred to, called Communities Against Turbines, which lots of people shortened to CATS. It was actually a very short-lived part of my wind turbine life, but it did lead to the first ever National Wind Farm Conference in Scotland, which was held at Ayr Racecourse, and where we invited a number of speakers, including Dr. Malcolm Swinbanks, who came to stay with me and stayed for 2 or 3 days. I can't remember exactly which. Because he'd come from America. He was over here as doing other things as well. And Dr. Chris Hanning, he came and stayed with me as well, because Ballantrae is quite a remote area for people. And also Struan Stevenson lives in the same village as me, so we're actually friends, as well as have worked together on a number of occasions. And so between the communities in the area who were really concerned, Assal Valley as well was in the pipeline at the time, was in the pipeline, Harriet Ellis, who you've seen as a witness as well. All these people came to see me and said, would I help? And so that's how I got involved. And because I owned an award-winning guest house, a Wolsey Lodge, and I served on the Wolsey Lodge board for 7 years, I got a chance to really get to know these people and understand where a lot of the concerns were coming from.
Thank you. Can we just move on to, you covered in your recognition and also your inquiry reports legislation. Now, I know the inquiry is very familiar with legislation, but that's CD 23.25. You've highlighted various points in the legislation. Do you just want to just touch on those, Ms. Crosswell? That's page 3 of your recognition. Starts at page 3 of your recognition.
That's right. That's right. Yes. Could I refer also to my report? See it from what it says in my report, CD
Yes.
2358.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah.
I think that Schedule 4 of the Electricity Works Environmental Impact Assessment Scotland Regulations 2017 is hugely important. This information for inclusion in environmental impact assessment reports is what Schedule 4 is about. And I'm not going to go through it all, it's quite a long schedule, but I would just like to point out some really important parts to it. A description of the development, it's 1A, a description of the development, including in particular an estimate by type and quantity of expected residues and emissions and noise vibration produced during operation phases. I'm just picking out the words that I think are important. I mean, I know you can refer back to this. A description of the relevant aspects of the current state of the environment, the baseline scenario, and an outline of the likely evolution thereof without implementation of the project as far as natural changes from the baseline scenario can be assessed with reasonable effort on the basis of the availability of relevant information and scientific knowledge. Number 4, a description of factors specified in 4.3 relation to human health. 5, a description of the likely significant effects and the existence of the development, including where relevant. The emission of noise vibration and the creations of nuisance, that's C. E, the accumulation of effects with other existing and or approved developments taking into account any existing environmental problems relating to the area of particular environmental importance likely to be affected. G, technologies and substances used, no, sorry, I don't want to refer to that. The description of the likely significant effects on the factors specified in Regulation 4.3 should cover the direct effects and any indirect secondary, cumulative, transboundary, short-term, medium-term, and long-term permanent and temporary, positive and negative effects of the development. That's hugely important because it's the negative effects of the development as well, and the long-term because this application is in perpetuity. 6, a description of the forecasting methods of evidence used to identify and access the significant effects on the environment, including details of difficulties, for example, technical deficiencies or lack of knowledge, and that's important, encountered compiling the required information and the main uncertainties involved. And then lastly, 7, a description of the measures envisaged to avoid, prevent, reduce, or if possible, offset any identified significant adverse effects on the environment, and where appropriate of any proposed monitoring arrangements. And it just goes on to say that this should be done as well in the operational phases as well. So that's hugely important with what we're going on to discuss.
Can I just come back on that, specifically that point 7, a description of measures envisaged to avoid, prevent, reduce, or if possible offset identified significant adverse effects. What's your view in terms of local communities responding to that that particular section of the legislation? Are local communities likely to passively sit by, or do you think they would be more likely to try and do what they can to raise these issues? So that's a leading question, but in any case. Susan, you're muted.
My experience, as I've described, is that communities have been coming for help. I was on the community council for a good few years, and then pressure of my mum having dementia made me have to cut back quite a lot on things. But it was discussed earlier about Pat needing help. I knew of Pat's situation earlier on, I think, but it wasn't until she did reach out and asked for help, and a lot of people in the area are doing the same. And this particular application has brought people together. The village of Bar Hill have always been quite complacent about the developments until recently, and I think this application of these 200-meter high turbines, which are just gigantic, they're normally offshore this size, has just really brought more people together. And for the first time, the people in Ballantrae are becoming more concerned, and the people who came to me at first about Breaker Hill as well, which is just between Ballantrae and Bar Hill, if you like. It's on the way. It's out between Colmanel and Pinwarry, and that one has now been reapplied for under another name. And this is what happens. The developers just come back again and again and again, and I could recite many instances of this, and communities are very concerned for their health effects, as well as for what's happening to the environment.
Mr. Grosvenor, could I step in? I've got just a quick question for Ms. Crosswaite about that extract she read out. Save you coming back to it. Be okay if I just ask that?
Yes, no, that's.
Ms. Crosswaite, it's really just to ask what we should take from sort of the highlighted extracts. Are you saying that you don't consider that the application meets this schedule of the regulations?
Yes, very much I am. I don't think, and I think it will become clear as we produce our evidence today, that it's a very narrow margin of noise that the wind industry look at, and I think that what we have to say in our evidence today will answer that question for you as we go along.
That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Grosvenor. Continue.
Can I then just move on to part of the legislation? I believe you referred to CD 2393, noise 36, and that refers to yours also CD 92, noise 35, which is the revised draft wind energy guidance, December 2019, and also the European Court guidance as well. Do you want to just touch on that?
Is that in my precognition? If you just tell me which paragraph and whether it's the report or the precognition.
Sorry, Mr. Grosvenor, you're on mute.
In CD 2392, it's chapter 1.3, page 4. Have you got it, or do you want to pass on it?
Sorry, Miss Crossway, you're on mute now.
Sorry, could I just pass on that because I think I introduce it later.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Sorry.
Then in your, just going back to your inquiry reports, at page 5 and paragraph 16,
Yes.
you talk, you refer to South Ayrshire Council and their objection, I believe, to this application. And I think it's where you refer to that South Ayrshire Council object to Kilrenny on wind turbine noise. Oh, sorry, on visual.
Sorry, Miss Crossway, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Sorry. Very sorry. It's confusing switching it on and off. Yes, South Ayrshire Council, as we've heard on the visuals, objected very much to Kilrenny. Well, objected to the application because of its close proximity to Kilrenny. I have listened to I have listened into all the hearing sessions and inquiry sessions. So I am very much aware of what the reporters have heard already, and I don't want to go over a lot of this, but I would like to refer to my document 2397 with regard to this. Has everyone got that?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Okay, if we look at the map on the first page, the map of the viewpoints areas, I would also like you to have a look at viewpoint 3, which I know you looked at in the visuals with reference to it being the nearest viewpoint to Dock Royal. I'm sorry, Melvin. Is it Mr. Grosvenor? Is it okay if I deal with the Dock Royal side of this first?
That's fine. You go to where you're prepared. I'm just sort of overviewing this, so that's fine.
Okay, sorry. And you will see that this map has got this map on 2397, figure 1. It shows the viewpoints, some of the viewpoints in the visuals. A is Kilrenny, B is Dock Royal, C is Knockiecoid Cottage, and D is Knockcroon. Now I'm going to focus on A and B because Dock Royal, for obvious reasons, the reason I would like to deal with this first is it follows on from this morning from Pat. So if we look at volume 3B, figure 724, the map there, I've actually got the whole thing in front of me. It's very clear from 724. If you find Dock Royal, which is almost in the middle of the map, towards the centre, you can see Dock Royal, and you can see the road that goes that Pat Spence heads out on every single day, and the people at Dock Royal Cottage and the people who live at Laggish. That is their main access route to and from where they live. They are heading straight in the direction of the turbines for Arecleoch extension. Now, it would have been really helpful if this map had had the turbines printed on it, but all we can see is all the forests, which will probably have to be cut down or are in line to be cut down. But if we also look at 724A, E and F, E and F in particular, I would like to look particularly at the wire line E.
Ms. Crosby,
Sorry?
I wonder if I can intervene for a moment. Are we
Yes.
still on the subject of noise here?
Yes, we are on the subject of noise, very much on the subject of noise. I'm sorry. The reason that these are so important on the subject of noise is that if you can see the turbines, you will often be impacted by the noise in particular. You don't always have to be able to see them, but if you can see them, part of the reason that my property where I live is not affected is that I live in a hidden valley, and as I approach my property, I can see, as I say, 6 of the rotating blades. But then I descend quite low to where my property is, and it is protected by the topography. And so that's where this is coming from. And if we look at figure 2, which is on page 2 of CD 2397, we can see these properties, well, we can see A and B, which are referring to Kilrenny and Dock Royal again. And we can see C, which is Dock Royal property, and D, which is the nearest turbine. And that is actually showing how close the property is to the turbine. And then the same we can see for Kilrenny, which we're about to come on to. A is the property, and B is turbine 4, which is the nearest turbine, which again is very close. And then you look at if you go to page 5, and you will see an aerial view of Dock Royal. And this, and above that, you will see, sorry, no, not that, you will see A is the house, B is Pat Spencer's office, and C is Dock Royal Cottage, who's her neighbour. Now, Pat Spencer's house, as she referred to before in the visuals, is built on the site of an old castle. It was a fortification, and it's quite high compared to anything around her, which is one of the reasons why I think that she gets the problems that she does. And then if we go back to page, we go to Kilrenny and we go back to page 2. You will see Kilrenny, and I would just again like to refer you to CD 13, volume 3, figure 13.2. Sorry, CD 2377 and CD 13, volume 3B, figure 723.
Ms. Crosby, can I ask a clarification? Clarification. You say Kilrenny, is that Kilrenzy with a Z, but it's just I'm maybe pronouncing it wrong?
Yes, that's right. Yes, it's called Kilrenny with a Z. Yes.
So can we look then at, see your figure 1 then on CD 23.97?
Yeah.
Where are you telling me that Kilrenzy is in that map? Or is it there?
Yes, it's A.
Isn't that?
Oh,
well,
I'm sorry, it's not A. No, I'm sorry, it's not on that map. I do apologize.
Okay.
It's on figure 2, A, on figure 2.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Yeah, no, I do apologize there. That was the viewpoint. I'm sorry, that A in figure 1 was the viewpoint where viewpoint 3 is. Is that okay? Okay. So if we could look at the photo montage, please.
And can you give you the reference number again for that? I just didn't catch it because I was trying to work out where Kilrenzy was, sorry.
I'm sorry about that. It's figure 723E. And it's CD 13. And it shows that it's the SA61 core path, Craigneil Road. And if you look at that, you can see the proposed turbines on the left, and then you can see the original Arecleoch to the right. And there's a cottage in the foreground there, in the it's in the mid ground, and that is Kilrenny. And this shows us just how these turbines will impose on the property of Kilrenny. You can see, if we go back to my paper 2397, we can see an aerial photograph of Kilrenny, and we can see the house A, and it's facing slightly southeast, mostly south, but slightly southeast. We can see the garden area, the amenity area. And I would then like to take you to my reference CD23 where are we? 106. That's my precognition again. Paragraph 14. And that goes back to where this started, that the council has objected to the residential visual amenity. And it is of significant concern that likewise there will be adverse residential amenity impacts in respect of operational wind turbine noise, both in the audible and inaudible spectrum, in addition to the significant adverse visual residential amenity effects that the council said. And then I would like to take you to the Louth Canal appeal. Which is CD, can you help me, Melvin, which CD number that is? It's okay, it's okay, it's fine. ED 2377. No, sorry, that's the photo montage. It's 2360.
Sorry, I just said that to myself.
So CD 2360, if you say, tell me when you've got it, then I can carry on.
Ms. Crossway, just before lunch, we agreed that Examination in Chief was going to be responding to Mr. Cahn's, Dr. Canton's precognition. Now, we've been doing it for half an hour and I haven't heard any reference yet to Mr. Cahn's precognition. You've taken us through your case. I already understood all that evidence already because it's in your written submission. So we have a limited amount of time. We'll use Thursday if we need to. New to me, so I just wondered what purpose is it serving going through what you already put in writing, and can we focus on responding to what's happened since you put all this down in writing?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I think though this quantifies and qualifies what we have said in the legislation about how important it is. And maybe I can just read what's really important about this case is that it was the Secretary of State agreed with it, and it was a case that actually was ruled on the significant impact of the noise. And so if I could just take the what the Senate Secretary of State said in respect of Eastfield Farm, I consider that the significant harmful and oppressive visual impacts of the proposed development in combination with the Newton Marsh wind turbines, and he says, and the general acceptability of that level, the noise that is likely to be heard on occasions would be likely to exacerbate the feeling of being oppressed because of the close proximity of the nearest wind turbine. I conclude that the scheme would result in unacceptable living conditions. And I just wanted to bring that in because that actually is a similar case to what's happening at Kilrenny. Thank you.
Can I just come in here, because there is a point, quite an important point here, with regards to the Louth Canal decision, and the reason why we came back to it, although Dr. Khan doesn't specifically refer to it in his recognition, but what the Louth Canal appeal doesn't specify particularly the size of the turbines. Now, bearing in mind the decision was based on visual impacts and also audible impacts, and the inspector's saying that the occupier or any occupier of that property, or even though the noise was considered to be compliant, the inspector was saying the fact that the person hears the noise in addition to the visual impacts. Now, the importance of this particular appeal decision, and it won't be before the inquiry, but it's the information.
Mr. Grosvenor, are you straying into giving evidence here, or is this a question?
Well, I can ask Susan Crosswaite if you like, but the size of the turbines in the Louth Canal decision are quite important in relation to the size of the turbines at Arecleoch extension. That's the point here. And of course, the size of the turbines in the Louth Canal decision was 113.5 metres tall to blade tip, and the blades were 40 metres long. So it's an area that we should have pointed out in the decision, but it was something that we're looking at. Now, that's an important point that we just want to raise. So there is a correlation not only between the decision itself, but also the size of the turbines themselves.
Are you asking Ms. Crosswaite to her view on that, or was that?
Yes, I mean, I would like Ms. Crosswaite to comment on
that. Can you hear? Yes. Yes, I would reiterate very much that there is the noise implications from these 200-meter high turbines is huge when you compare the size of them and the vast width of the blades compared to the ones in the in the Louth Canal decision.
I've got one minor question in relation to the impact on Kilrenzy or Kilrenny. If you don't mind, Mr. Grosvenor.
No, that's fine. There was another point I was going to come to, but if you can continue.
Ms. Crosswaite, is it just turbine 4 that you consider would have the unacceptable noise impact on Kilrenzy? I think at the visual and impacts inquiry, we looked at which turbines would impact in terms of the residential visual amenity, but in terms of noise, is it the whole wind farm, or is it just turbine 4 that you're concerned about?
I think we're concerned about all the turbines and the closeness of them. And if you go back to look at the the viewpoint, and you can see just how many of these turbines will be seen from this property. It's and that's bearing in mind that the people who live there are carers and do respite care, and they have children playing in this area and playing around the area. I think that it's that it's not just within the bounds of the grounds that we have a right to roam here, and part of the reason that Cindy Obad, who lives at Kilrenny, is a carer, she says, is because this place is like gold dust to many of these children that she cares for, who some of them live in care and many of them live in inner city boundaries, and the whole amenity area, and including the noise, is of huge importance to her and the job that she does.
Thank you.
If you go to Dr. Khan's precognition at paragraph 4.27, he refers to the impacts on children with autistic spectrum disorder. Can you just comment on that, Mrs. Crosswaite, in terms of the children that go to Kilrenny or stay at Kilrenny for respite?
Yes, of course, yes. I was going to bring this in later, but Dr. Chris Hanning, he has done a lot of research into children with autistic behaviour. Now, I know Dr. Cand in his precognition refers to the epilepsy that the child, she has one foster child who lives there all the time, and then she also has a number of respite children. A respite carer is someone who can be phoned up and they will take the children from other foster pet carers or other people in care who need a break from looking after these children. So she can have up to 3 siblings and another child, so she can have up to 4 other children staying with her, and many of them do have various disorders, including autism and including other disorders that are connected to autism. And I don't know how much you know about autistic children, but they have very sensitive hearing, and they pick up things that other children that don't hear in normal sound, and they're very sensitive to low frequencies and high frequencies, I believe. I'm not a medical person, so I don't know the details, but I do know that she's very concerned about the future of what will happen if this application goes ahead, whether her home will be suitable for them. And these kind of carers are few and far between. They're very valuable in our society.
Do you want to move on now to the 4th principle of WHO, CD 11.2?
Yes, that's CD 11.2, which is Mr. Cann's. This is in response to Mr. Cann's questioning of the World Health Organization. I'm only going to deal with the 4th principle, which is page 106 of the World Health Organization guidelines. The 4th principle is to inform and involve communities that may be affected by a change in noise exposure. Page 11056, route implementation, policy, collaboration, and the role of the health sector promoting the guidelines to health practitioners and physicians, especially at community level, through association of physicians, cardiologists, and so on, as part of the stakeholder group. And this really is what we're doing, and also in response to Mr. Cand and his referral to the Finnish study. I think that was in the statement of case, which is CD. Let me see. I can't remember. I don't think Mr. Cann's statement of case actually is in the pink. It's in the document list because I couldn't find it, but I do have it somewhere. I think it's, is it 11.4? Maybe you could help me with that. Which one is his? Yes, it is. It's 15.4. 15.4 noise statement of case Hawley. This is where he refers to my comments on the study in Finland. This pilot study has been interrupted because there is no funding. Dr. Cand was concerned that it wasn't a finished study, and it isn't a finished study for that very reason. But I've quantified and qualified that there is statistical mathematical research has been assisted by the University of Eastern Finland, which has taken care of all possible risk analyses, such as the impact of a family with children, age, register, quality, etc. This study is another example of the World Health Organization. The fourth principle is to inform and involve communities that may be affected by a change in noise exposure. So that answers two of those questions. Thank you.
So in terms of the fourth principle, Mrs. Crossway, is it the responsibility of who? I mean, is it the responsibility of the wind turbine acousticians? Is it the responsibility of governments, health authorities to follow the fourth principle, or is there a suggestion that bringing community involvement is really important? How do you read that? The fourth principle of the WHO 2018 guidance.
I think the fourth principle answers some of the confusion and the lack of evidence referred to in the World Health Organization 2018 guidelines. And I think it is asking for communities to inform government, to inform health authorities, and then in turn they can inform government. And so I think, yes, it is asking for people like the family in Finland who started this, and ourselves who have acquired sound analysis monitoring equipment, to be able to come forward and bring evidence that the 2018 guidelines say is lacking and that they need.
But then there's the notion that communities or groups that are doing this work specifically on noise, because this is what the session is all about, are just seen as objectors or using this as an objective, as a means to object into wind turbines. How would you respond to that?
Well, I think it's becoming more and more obvious, and we have put in a lot of evidence here, and I really do apologise to the reporters about the amount of evidence that we've put in. We could have put in a lot more from all over the world, because there are thousands of wind turbines in Scotland now. There are thousands and thousands of wind turbines all over the world. And places like Germany and Denmark, small countries. I know Germany isn't a small country, but Scotland's a small country. Denmark's a small country. It's difficult to find the right sites for them that are away from people, and people are becoming collateral damage, and so people are responding by asking for people like ourselves to help them and to find the evidence that the World Health Organization is asking for.
And coming back to this particular case, what is the real concern about the Arecleoch extension over and above those other turbines that are in the local environment all around the area? I mean, the Kilgallia turbines and the Arecleoch turbines and Mark Hill turbines. What is it specific about the Arecleoch turbine that is significantly concerned?
What is particularly concerning about Arecleoch extension is how close it is creeping to the village of Bar Hill and to more a larger area of homes. I mean, there are 39 homes in the private water supply impact assessment, and these are all homes that are not close enough to have public water. So that demonstrates just how many small places and places like Pat Spencer's that there are in the area that will be impacted by noise, by getting closer and closer to the community. But not only that, by the sheer size of these turbines, their energy that they will give out, their acoustic energy that they will give out, will be considerably greater than the ones that are already there, that are already impacting people like Pat Spence. I mean, one of the things that I can't understand about the noise monitoring, when Scottish Power Renewables have been monitoring Pat Spencer's house for so long because she's complained, why they didn't do any monitoring there for this application, for instance. And the same with Kilrenny. You know, Kilrenny was baseline monitoring in the original before there were any turbines, and so I know that it's said in the ETSU 97 that they should do baseline monitoring without turbines. But actually, it's impossible to do baseline measuring in any of this area without turbines anymore, because there are turbines within everyone's homes that there could be low frequency noise or acoustic energy. It's not noise because you can't hear it, but those are my concerns. Do you want me to move on?
Sorry, I keep forgetting to click on. Please, can we go to Dr. Can's precognition again at 4.24 regarding the Hunterston turbines? Have you got that there? The appeal decision for the Hunterston turbines.
Sorry, you've moved on faster than me. Okay, CD. We need to bring up CD 15.4, paragraph 13.3, which is what Dr. Can. I understand that the turbines are subsequently decommissioned, but this was expected as their consent was provided on a temporary basis, and this was not due to the alleged health effects. And if you could bring up CD 2362. Okay. Also, I'm going to refer to CD 2364, 2365, 2366, 2367, and 2368. But I don't think that you need to bring them all up. I think if you just bring up CD 2362, and then you can refer to the others at your leisure. So CD 2362 is a rebuttal of Dr. Can's statement. And if you refer to this document, you'll see that on the 3rd of March 2014, the first power was exported from Hunterston offshore wind turbine test facility. And SSE Renewables reached a significant milestone after electricity was exported for the first time from its offshore turbine test facility at Hunterston, North Ayrshire. And then if you look at page SSE generation, page 5, do you want to see what you want me to refer to there, Melvin, Mr. Grosvenor?
I think the particular point here is that at paragraph 4.24, Dr. Can says the bill decision for the Hunterston turbine consent clearly confirms the consent was provided on a temporary basis. The anecdotal evidence cited by Ms. Crosswaite does not outweigh the detailed conclusions reached by the reporter or the wider evidence base discussed in my report in subject of infrasound. But the point about this was that if you refer to the statement by Mrs. Rita Holmes, she talks about the reasons why that was the case, why the evidence that was provided, or the conclusions reached by the reporter.
Mr. Grosvenor, I think you're stepping into giving evidence rather than asking questions.
Well, I'm just setting the scene for Mrs. Crosswaite so that she knows what to refer to, because we're talking specifically about the Dr. Can's response to the Hunterston turbines and the evidence already given in Mrs. Crosswaite's presentation and also her inquiry evidence.
Well, I think there are 2 points to bring out here. The fact that the turbines were expected to keep going, and it clearly states in the minutes of various meetings that they were expected to continue the test facility because they were exporting quite a lot of energy to the grid. But clearly the statements made by the Fairley residents, they show what happened to them. And do you want me to refer to Rita Holmes's statement itself? Do you want me to read it?
Yes, please. Because there's a follow-on question I want to raise on this one.
Okay, this is 2367, CD 2367. This is a statement about my experience of detrimental health due to the 2 large high output wind turbines which were located at the Hunterston Marine Yard. My name is Rita Holmes. I have been a resident of Fairley since 1972, enjoying robust good health and well used to noise from the unloading activities of the coal terminal jetty, which is 900 metres due west of us. I never had cause to complain about audible noise from the wind turbines, so the noise from the wind turbines, which I refer to as causing my symptoms, was below 20 hertz and inaudible. I also had my hearing and balance tested when I first experienced symptoms. Apart from a few frequencies at the extremely high and low range, my hearing was fine and my balance also. I have never before or after experienced anything as awful as the effects from the 2 Hunterston turbines. It was tantamount to inescapable torture. Thankfully, they have gone now, as currently during COVID-19, I would not have been able to.
Can I ask, this is 3 pages long and I've already read it. Are you planning to read it all out?
No, well, no, I'm not. I'm just planning to read part of it, but also I probably don't need to read any more. But we had a statement from Karen Brody. We had two statements from another resident, and also Mrs. Rita Holmes refers to 50 complaints about health impacts from these turbines. And I think what I'm trying to say is that these people are not making it up. This is not nuisance. This is more than nuisance. The Fairley resident who prefers to remain unnamed was falling over. She had to crawl up and down the stairs because she had no balance. But she has, since the turbines have gone, she's absolutely fine. And they all went to their GPs, and they all even wrote to the health authorities. And as we know, was actually at the council hearing. The health board, they said that they had no historical records of complaints to do with wind turbine noise. But my point would be that they wouldn't have historical noise because the historical noise goes back over years, and this had only happened during that time that the application was going on. It was only 2 years in operation. Thank you.
To your knowledge, did the residents at Fairley object to the Hunterston turbines, or were they part of any opposition group to the turbines? To your knowledge, Mrs. Crossley.
I am not aware that they objected to the Hunterston turbines initially. I am aware that another resident did, because that was why I was so involved in the Hunterston turbines, was because I had someone coming to me about them because they were fairly close to his home and garden, and he was very, very concerned, and so I followed the case quite closely. I'll just say that unfortunately, a number of myths and misunderstandings about infrasound in general, and specifically in relation to wind turbine noise, are publicly circulated on the internet, some of which were repeated by Mrs. Crosthwaite, is what Mr. Can states. And I would say that I don't think that any of the evidence put forward by those people who were impacted by turbines could ever be referred to as myths and misunderstandings. They all went through the right course of reporting it to their GPs and trying to absolve the problem by other means. They had brain scans, tests, all sorts of things, but the medical officials could not specifically say what it was.
Do you just want to, as part of the Hunterston story, do you just want to talk a little bit more about the noise conference, the Glasgow seminar, and the reasons for that noise conference, the day conference that we arranged? I was involved in that.
Yes, that's how I really got to know yourself, Mr. Grosvenor, and Dr. John Yelland, and also Professor Pereira. Again, you came to me for my help for setting up a conference because you'd heard how successful the national one was that we had in 2011. That was November 2011, and and you knew that I knew a lot of what was going on in the area, and you were not familiar with the area at the time, although you had been up to Fairley yourself, and I think Dr. Yelland had been up to Fairley before that.
Can I maybe just step in? Is this
Yes.
does this relate to the proposal before us or to Dr. Khan's recognition?
It relates to Dr. Khan's recognition, ma'am.
Okay, well, if we could get to that point, that would be useful.
Well, I think the point of it is that it was a public. It was open to the public. It was an open. It wasn't a conference as such. It was a seminar, and it was attended by many people like Casey Dell, who'd abandoned her home. A number of people that we know in Dumfries and Galloway who were affected by noise. But it was also attended by Mr. Bowdler, and then he informed and wrote about it afterwards, which is, I think, what Dr. Khan will want to refer to.
And the Hunterston turbine, the Hunterston sort of case, what size were those turbines at Hunterston?
Those turbines, I think, were 177 meters to blade tip. I think they were slightly different. The Mitsubishi one was a slightly different size to the Siemens one. But they were somewhat smaller than these that are proposed for Arecleoch extension, and I think that this is one of the biggest concerns, is the fact that the bigger the turbine, the more noise. Well, it's not noise. The acoustic emissions will come from them.
Do you just want to touch on the monitoring that was done with regarding to Dock Royal and some initial monitoring that was done at Kilrenny? I believe you've got some data shots of those in your evidence, Ms. Crosswaite. Do you just want to talk about those just in brief context?
Yes, if as we said earlier, WHO recommendations encourages and authorises the kind of monitoring done by, we call it SAM, it's sound analysis monitoring equipment. And if you go to my precognition, 23106, paragraph 21, with reference to SAM, it has been developed to allow lay people impacted by industrial ILFN, not necessarily wind turbines, to be able to record acoustic measurements in and outside their home. The equipment is sensitive. Yeah.
Sorry, it's just if you can take us slowly at this bit, because it's important we understand. So we're in your precognition. Whereabouts in your precognition? Sorry.
It is paragraph 21.
Okay, just allow us a bit of time to get there. I'll give you a wave. Paragraph, sorry, 21, did you say?
Yes, 21.
Okay, I've got that. Mr. Thompson, are you keeping up with this? Are you there? Okay. Okay. Apologies, Ms. Crosswaite. Carry on.
That's okay. That's fine. I do tend to go off quite quickly sometimes, so please tell me to slow down whenever. So as I was saying, SAM has been developed to allow lay people like myself. I am the one who's been operating this. Dr. John Yelland would have liked to have come up to observe, help and instruct, but COVID hasn't allowed it. And Mr. Grosvenor also has a SAM, and the plan was to do more monitoring with both of them, but again, this has been prevented because of COVID. I've been well trained. I'm not an acoustician, but this equipment was designed so that people like myself could use it. I've had a lot of over the phone and this instruction, so I'm pretty efficient at doing it now. But we just have preliminary results because of this. And if you would like to look at page 5 of my precognition, SAM has a report function, so I can actually see what has been measured. It measures in 10-minute slots, like normal sound monitoring equipment does. And what you can see in front of you in figure 2 is a 10-minute spectrum of noise recording, A-weighted, and A-weighting is the way that current guidance to R97. It's not legislation, it's just guidance, but it's what everybody works to. And that's what you would see in the recording, which was actually done at Dock Royal. You can see when it was done. It was done on the 27th of August. It was done at 12:40 p.m. And there was a blue microphone, which is the blue line, and there was a red microphone, which was a red line. And actually, where it was set up was in the courtyard, or just in the. It was actually in the doorway of the courtyard, where and the red one was actually in the office of Pat Spencer's office. It was raining, so we had to put it in the doorway rather than outside. And that blue line that you can see on there probably reflects the dripping water, because there was water dripping into a bucket from the drain pipe. And then if you look at figure 3, the figure below, that is the same 10-minute spectrum, but recorded unweighted. So the great thing about this equipment is you can actually set other types of weighting as well, but we tend to do unweighted mostly, but you can always view it in the different ways. And so what you can see in figure 3, again, it's just preliminary measurements. We're not trying to evaluate what we're seeing, other than to show you what we can measure and what we can see. And so you can see that the blue line and the red line follow a fairly similar track, and they show a high amount, or not a high amount, but a highish amount of acoustic energy in the lower frequencies. If you look at the x-axis, the one along the bottom, that's the frequency. And I have learned, and any acoustician will know, that it's measured on a logarithmic way. So you can see that from 0 to 1 actually covers quite a long distance. And 1 to 10 is twice as much as that, or more than that. I can't remember what the ratio is. And then 10 to 100, and the distance is the same between each, but the actual frequency grows in that way. I'm sure that Dr. Yelland will explain it properly, and anything technical I would prefer that he would do. So if you would like to go back to my document, Noise Monitoring Locations B, which is 2397. And then we can go to the measuring done at Kilrenny and at Dock Royal on this, and see what the SAM has done there. Again, these are just preliminary. Do you want me to wait until you get the document up?
I've got it up, thank you. Can I just ask, are these, this is a different set of measurements, it's not the same period on the 27th of August, this is a different measurement we're talking about now, is it?
These are different measurements. Yes, these are different measurements. I haven't put the figure 2 and figure 3 that I have just been speaking to. That is the report function. That just enables myself or whoever's been doing the monitoring to have a look at it before it's uploaded and sent to New Zealand for analysis. So if we have a look at, we can see on page 3 at Kilrenny where the red microphone was put and where the blue microphone was put. The blue microphone was in a particularly little amenity area of the Kilrenny garden where they had lots of lovely little seating and lots of nice little shrubs and things like gnomes and all sorts of little bits and pieces that they obviously like to have for the children to play with, and an area where they could play. It was a very pretty little bit of the garden. Underneath, in figures 6 and 7, we have graphs which are called 1/3 octave band analysis. And this actually shows graphically what we saw in the previous figures in the report section. So the red area is A-weighted. That's what is measured and what everyone sees in environmental statements, noise impact assessments, is just those, the equivalent of those red lines. But what is actually within the acoustical environment are the other lines, the grey lines. So what is present there that we can't actually hear because it's lower than 20 hertz is the grey one. And then if you turn over the page, this is for Kilrenny. If you go to page 4, you will see harmonic series graphs. And the harmonic series is the mathematical tool which scientists use to study periodic events, which are the peaks. And as you can see from this harmonics graph, these peaks fall on a mathematical series. Now, if you were to record just waves down at the coast, or some other just wind without any turbines, yes, there's lots of low frequency noise in the environment, but natural low frequency noise does not follow a mathematical series. It does not have a mathematical series at all. The peaks would be completely random. If anyone's ever followed waves when you're watching the beach, you tend to get a series of small ones and then a big one. And often they come in sevens, but not all the time. It changes all the time. And you can never quite tell when that big wave is going to come and go over your Wellington boots, which often happens to us as we're walking on the beach. And that's the big difference. And that's what these harmonic series are showing.
Just on that, you say there, so there's figures 8 and 9 harmonic series, and then underneath it says the harmonic series is a mathematical tool which scientists use to study periodic events, stroke peaks. And then as you can see from this harmonics graph, these peaks fall exactly in a mathematical series. I can't see that. Can you explain what you mean and what there shows me that? I have no idea what that means.
Sorry. Yes, it is quite difficult to see, and it might be better actually if I send these to you in a larger form, because the key at the side, if you can see the red dots, they fall at approximately, I think that's 130 hertz, and then they form. So say they were at 1, for instance, then the next time it would be multiples of that. And I think that this is something that that Dr. Yelland and maybe Professor Pereira can explain better than I can. It's a little bit easier to see if we go to the Doc Royal ones that Dr. Cand actually, he recognises the wind turbine signature in these, because he refers to that in his statement. He says that you can actually see clearly the harmonic series and the mathematical tool and the mathematical series in figures 18 and 19. They're on page 6, and you can see them much more clearly here. You can see them with all the different the peaks, and if you would like me to give you these in a much larger form, you will actually be able to see the figures more clearly and see that they do fall on an actual mathematical series.
Okay, thank you. I'll bear that off. We'll bear that off in mind at the moment. It might be something that we can ask Dr. Yelland about then, if he's able to answer this, because it was something we were going to ask you, just to try and talk us through what exactly we should be taking from this.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for that. That's fine.
Mr. Grosvenor, we've been going for an hour and a half. I'm just wondering whether we could take a break. It's a lot for yourself and Miss Crosswaite to on screen time.
Yeah, that's fine, ma'am. I'm happy with that. Thank you very much.
Obviously, you wouldn't be able to speak to Miss Crosswaite during the break, since she's giving her evidence at the moment. David?
I was going to ask Mr. Grosvenor, do you have an idea as to how much longer we'll be in examination in chief? We're an hour and a half already, which in my experience is quite long already. So
I think possibly another half hour, probably not much more. I think we've covered a lot of the ground. The point about this is that I know we're going into probably more detail than perhaps is normal, but this is the only opportunity that Mrs. Crosswaite has got to explain her evidence. It's all very well sort of reading parts of it, but it needs an explanation, an understanding, and also responses to particularly the comments that were made this morning. We are lay people, and obviously we're concerned people. So that's the context on which we're I'm going through this examination process at the moment.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a 12-minute break and come back at 14:50. That's okay. Thank you. Or just waiting for Mr. Grosvenor again? Okay, I think that's us all back. We'll continue on with Miss Crosswaite's examination in chief. We'll see how we get on. We said we would aim to finish at 4. We'll see where we're at. We'll take stock when we get to near that in relation to where we're at with your evidence, Miss Crosswaite. It might be that if we continue on for a bit longer, you'll get finished today. So, but I'll hand over to you, Mr. Grosvenor.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to go next to Matthew Cairns, so Dr. Cairns' recognition at paragraph 4.25. If you got that, Mrs. Crosswaite? And Dr. Cairns refers to Dr. Malcolm Swinbank, CD 2395. Could you comment on that, Mrs. Crosswaite?
Yes, absolutely. Here we have in Dr. Malcolm Swinbanks an eminently qualified accredited acoustician, and he has derived his experience firsthand as well as through his work. He discovered he discovered low frequency noise not through wind turbines, but his work with gas turbines, and he could actually, he wasn't sensitized to begin with, but eventually as he approached his work with the gas turbines, he could actually feel whether the turbines were turning, sense that whether they were turning before he actually got to work. I know that Dr. Candace referred to the Senate hearing in Australia that both Dr. Leventhal and Dr. Swinbanks gave evidence to, Dr. Cand refers to this in his in CD 58. And I think that what is really important here is that Dr. Leventhal actually says, personally, I do not believe that infrasound and low frequency noise are an important problem because of the public and political pressure. It is inevitable that some work will be done on that. Work inside residence is obviously more important than work outside residences. But it's an opinion that he's giving. He actually gave evidence before Dr. Malcolm Swinbanks gave evidence, and he's giving his opinion to the Senate about what his personal opinion of what he thinks low frequency noise is, rather than actually speaking directly to Mr. Swinbanks. And if you have a look at that CD 2395, you don't really need to get it up just now, but in response, at page 1, Dr. Swinbanks says, the other effects that has to be considered is that as wind farm arrays are made larger and larger, and this is what's happening here. Arecleoch extension, by its very name, is an extension of Arecleoch. And so not only is the 60 wind farms at Arecleoch becoming larger by this extension, they're becoming larger in size as well by the height of these turbines. And the rate of attenuation as you move away from the wind farm is reduced. The result is that the setbacks from the boundaries have to be much greater to achieve the same reduction in sound. In recent years, people have stated that they have problems at distances of as much as 3 miles, and that is entirely consistent with the effects of increasing the size of the wind farms. Finally, I would point out that under conditions where the temperature profile is what is known as a temperature inversion, the low frequency noise and what I would call the silent thump of wind farms can carry over distances of 3 miles or more. He goes on to say that I would like to make further addition, which is just related to my own experience. Lying in bed at a distance of 3 miles from a wind farm, my wife and I have on occasion been disturbed by the wind turbine noise. The most marked feature is that when you have gusts of wind and the turbine noise is masked by the gust, and you get a huge sense of relief, only to find that when the wind subsides, the turbine noise returns and you again find yourself subject to the relentless sound. And I think this is very much what Pat Spence is telling us in her evidence. So I think if you that particular Senate hearing, which is just the two people, Dr. Malcolm Swinbanks and Dr. Leventhal, it's worth reading in full to get the contrasting views of the two acousticians.
Can I just refer you to the statements in, again, coming back to 4.25 and Dr. Cahn's precognition, where he quotes Dr. Leventhal. Can you actually read that section out, please, Mrs. Crossway? Have you got it there? If you go back to his precognition. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
When I click on my documents to read them from my laptop, I'm not sure if I disappear or not, and I presume you can still hear me, because my printer stopped working last night, so I ended up not being able to quite print everything out. I think it was overwhelmed. So could you tell me again which, is it in Dr. Cahn's precognition? I think you're muted, Mr. Grosvenor.
It's a real pain. He quotes in italics, it's a quotation from Dr. Leventhal that Dr. Cahn's put into his precognition. If you're able to read that out, can you read that out, please?
Right. Which paragraph is it, please?
It's, if you go to paragraph 4.25 on page 11.
Yes, I've got it. That's fine. Yeah.
And it's
similarly, anecdotal evidence such as that from from Dr. Malcolm Swinbanks on an adverse health event which is attributed to infrasound can be contrasted with the detailed evidence in the same document provided by Dr. Leventhal. A recognized expert in low frequency noise, he explains in his evidence that we are now in a confused situation in which many people hold sincere beliefs about infrasound, but these beliefs are based on false information which have been fed to them by well-organized objector groups and their allies. This skillful and successful misinformation campaign, which is largely based on repetition, serves only to heighten adverse effects whilst holding back research in significant areas.
Can you just comment on that?
Yes. Yes, I think it's actually rather an insult to us all, really. It's really saying that those people who are suffering from living close to wind turbines, and not everybody suffers the same way, I'm well aware of that, but I've been in the homes of many people who are suffering, and they're desperate to be for their symptoms, for their torment to be believed, because they go to the doctor, and most GPs have never heard of wind turbine syndrome. It's not recognised in Scotland, isn't vibroacoustic disease. I can't imagine why. But these are real people with real symptoms, and as has been explained by the Hunterston victims in particular, it all went away when the turbines went away. And I know that the report says that they'd come to the end of their testing life, but there's evidence that they were expected to go on for many years. But this happens lots of times in decision notices. Decision notices allow the whole wind turbine scenario to go on. I mean, we had the same with Whiteley's 3. I do honestly believe, and I know that Dr. Rachel Connor believes, that it was turned down because of her evidence on private water supplies, but officially it was turned down on landscape. And this is why the evidence that we're giving is so important, because it is real evidence from real people who are really suffering. And when you've got someone like Dr. Swinbanks, who has the experience of working and understanding low frequency noise, and then finds himself living there, and he actually says in this Senate hearing that he never expected to be bothered by the turbines when they went up. He didn't. He only came to understand. He also talks about 2 separate sites. There are 2. I think there are more now, but originally there were 2 developments, and one was well sited and didn't bother so many people, and the other one wasn't well sited and bothered a lot of people. And I think that's what we're looking at here. We're looking at a development that is totally in the wrong place. And I know it was mentioned earlier by yourselves, and I think that it's been referred to by Harriet Ellis and Carol Anderson. When the turbines are set back on a plateau away from any people, then it's very possible that they are in the right place and that they can do what they're supposed to do. But when they are near to homes, and this one will be near to many homes, including the people in the village of Bar Hill this time, because these turbines will be able to be seen from the bottom end of Bar Hill, where the bus shelter is, and where a number of houses are on a slight hill. And so the people in the village could well be affected, because the size of the turbines means that the acoustic energy will resonate for much, much larger distances. And I really do believe that it is up to the developer to do what we're doing and to look at the full spectrum of noise, and not just what ETSU R97, which by its very name, 1997 it was done, when turbines were mostly only around about 100 meters, if that. And it's never been designed to measure the full spectrum of sound. And I think this is what is really important here. We should be, this is where the legislation at the, when I talked about the legislation at the beginning, we need to be looking for the science that is not there, as well as the acoustical energy that is there. And this application may well be within the bounds of ETSU R97, the guidance as it is. And we haven't, Dr. Yelland, because of COVID and everything else, hasn't been able to properly examine how compliant it actually is with ETSU R97. But it's looking at this science that Dr. Malcolm Swinbanks talked about and has done for many years. It was talked about right back in, I think, in the 70s with Kelly. And if you look at all the papers that we've put in, there's so much evidence out there that the science is there and that the science should be looked at, and the science is ongoing.
Can you just read that last piece? The skillful, successful misinformation campaign. Can we just go back to that paragraph again? Mrs. Crossway, can't hear you.
No, that's better. Sorry. Yes, that it says this skillful and successful misinformation campaign. And I'm sorry, but I just do not agree with this. This is not misinformation. I am not spending hours and of my time unpaid helping all these people to gather misinformation. And it's not based on repetition. It's based on real people. And I could list dozens and dozens and dozens of them that I know personally and try to help. I get I've got so many people saying, when are you coming to do measurements? When are you coming to do this? I only have a certain amount of time in my day, and COVID doesn't help either. And so this serves only to heighten adverse effects whilst holding back the research in significant areas. Well, I do believe that the developers and the wind energy, that governments should be looking for this. They should be doing the research. I can't imagine for 1 minute how what I am doing is holding back any kind of research.
Can we go on to in Dr. Khan's recognition, paragraph 4.28 refers to Dr. Hanning.
Yeah.
Can you just comment on that, please?
Right. The conclusions on potential sleep. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, the conclusions on potential sleep impacts reached by Dr. Hanning in CD 2379, a recognised expert on sleep disorders, but with no background in acoustics. I'm afraid that someone who, as we heard from Dr. Armstrong this morning, GPs and doctors know a lot about anatomy, and they understand. Someone who's dealing with sleep understands all the different aspects of what causes you to have sleep problems. So he will have and he's also been involved in lots of research to do with acoustics. And there are what Dr. Khan goes on to say is are at odds with the conclusions reached in the research referenced in the review of the WHO guidelines or the Health Canada study. Well, if I may comment on the Health Canada study, you have the evidence that we've submitted from Denise Wolfe, and also from a letter from Sherry Lange, who's been very much involved in it. Sherry lives in Canada. And it was not robust, it was not accurate, nor was it thorough. And since the most harmed who requested to be included were indeed excluded, some homes in the study or referenced had been vacated, abandoned, or purchased by developers. The study design was incorrect and the data never released, and reporting measures were improperly conducted. Even this was admitted by one of the data gatherers. So for this to be the main source of evidence that Dr. Khan is bringing forward, I think that this it does not answer any of the questions that he asks me about the research I bring forward.
Can we then touch on the most recent paper that we've submitted? Again, we don't need to go into in great detail, but there are some important points to bring out, and that's CD 2372, the cardiologist investigation. Can we just go to that? Are you ready? You clear?
Yeah, everybody ready?
Yeah.
I think what's really important about this Johnson's Health Effects paper is that it was only just published on the 7th of December 2020. So this is the most up-to-date paper that we have by a cardiologist who lived in the prairies, I think in Iowa, and suddenly again found that turbines were going up close to him, and gave him a very good reason to start and investigate this. And he goes on to talk about the wind energy's position about adverse health effects. And one of the things he says that industrial wind turbines are safe. This is what the wind energy maintains, that industrial wind turbines are safe, yet without qualifications of how that self-designation of safe was given. No studies, records, and evaluations of structure failures, etc. They almost always follow the safe statement, with boasting of the number of industrial wind turbines they have placed, and the revenue to the state, jobs created, and so on and so forth. Wind energy has limited original investigative. And then he goes on to say, I have carefully reviewed wind energy's position on all these adverse health effects. I have searched for definitions, textbooks, articles, and the presence and quality of reported peer review. When defending their assertion of the industrial wind turbines are safe, wind energy speaks both slowly and definitively, then hides behind the spoken word, no credible evidence. This is for us. A reasonable person would ask, what would wind energy consider as credible evidence? And as a concerned resident, what credible evidence have you produced that proves that industrial wind turbines are safe? I would just, if I may, like to refer to a part of that.
Ms. Crosby, can I just ask a question? Sorry, could you tell me what paragraph or paragraphs you were quoting from there in that document, just so as I can make a note?
Yes, it was the beginning of the document. It was page 1, executive summary, and it was paragraph beginning wind energy's position about adverse health effects. And then it went on to a paragraph in page 2, the last paragraph before he goes on to the purpose of the manual. And I would like to now take you to, page 106. And this is with regard to a Dr. Maury Johansson, late Dr. Maury Johansson, MD, MHH, a specialist in community and occupational medicine. And he delivered a speech at a general meeting of Vestas on Thursday, March the 29th, 2012. And he says in that the non-wind, i.e. health science, is better, more accurate and more complete. A most accurate science that their wind energy's acousticians have produced were done by Dr. Leventhal prior to 2004. After that, having become a champion of wind energy, those correct initial interpretation of ILFN were ignored, but not publicly disputed by Dr. Leventhal. Once captured by the wind energy, they worked together to bring their version of infrasound to the nations of the world that would absolve them of willfully harming the recipient residents. The ETSU R97 was contrived by a large group of pro-wind supporters and complicit governmental ministers who adopted the guidelines that brought commerce and the illusion of clean power to the UK, and then was later spread to their colonies. And it also goes on to say that with pseudoscience that allowed loud audible sound and hence also louder infrasound to be produced at night time to levels of 20 dBA above background, among many other non-science supported assertions. And I think that sort of sums up quite a bit. I'd just like to go then to my my precognition. Go to paragraph, page 7, paragraph 28. I think this is incredibly important what Dr. Johnson says here. There is a considerable amount of anecdotal evidence and published research that suggests that wind farm noise does seriously and adversely affect a small but significant proportion of the population. Nevertheless, many acoustic, social science and medical professionals ignore this evidence by defining scientific evidence in a very narrow way, and then stating that there is no scientific evidence available that proves beyond doubt that wind farm noise can harm anyone. This is exactly the wording and precisely the tack that the wind energy uses to dispute the magnitude of contrary data. He then goes on to say, as pointed out by May and McCurdy in 2015, there seems to be a tendency in medical research discipline to interpret the lack of rigorous evidence of a causation link as proof that the link does not exist. Sir Hill wrote that all scientific work is incomplete, and that's what science is about. Science means that you're always looking at things and things get disproved, and then the science goes in a different direction. Whether it is to be observational or experimental, all scientific work is liable to be upset or modified by advancing knowledge. But that does not confer upon as a freedom to ignore the knowledge we already have, or to postpone the action that it appears to demand at a given time. In other words, if it quacks like a duck, looks like a duck, and flies like a duck, and 6 other features, then it is reasonable or appropriate to believe that it is a duck. And that is wind. And that is that wind turbine results in some people living in their vicinity are suffering from adverse health effects. Thank you.
Unless you've got any other points you wish to raise, Mrs. Crosswaite, I think we covered all the points. Was there anything else you wanted to just touch on?
Yes, yes, Dr. Kant questioned my, there's 2 points. There's the cumulative impact and also the noise monitorations, which are the last 2 points, which are I'll just get the references. It's locations, which is CD 2383. And also going back to CD 2397. And I would like to start by turning to figure 2 in figure 2 in 2397. Also, we need my precognition, CD 23106, and again page 2. So these are the last 3 documents that we need to look at. And I'll just take you back to South Ayrshire Council guidance and legislation, which is CD 2310, paragraph 11 in my precognition, which states that their cumulative impact in combination with other existing and approved wind energy developments and those for which applications for approval have already been submitted is acceptable. That is the important statement there that South Ayrshire Council makes. They make it in all their development plans and legislative documents, and I've listed those in my report. And that is that, and for those for which applications for approval have already been submitted is acceptable. Now, Scottish Power Renewables, Mr. Colin Innes has frequently said that he considers that there is no need for a noise impact assessment, cumulative noise impact assessment, and the same with visuals, because he didn't believe that there would be a cumulative impact, that the distances were too far. Now, if we look at figure 2, volume 3E, which is on page 2 of 2397, and we could have, it's part of the part of the Clockery application, and it is figure volume 3E 13.3 if you want to look at it properly after this, but because we hadn't submitted it on the document list, it was already included in my paper. If we look at the contour lines, we can see that the noise impact assessment, the predicted noise levels, go right across Bar Hill and right across the other side heading north into Mark Hill. So we can see that the predicted noise levels from these turbines at Arecleoch extension are going to extend well over the other side of the valley. Now, Dr. Yelland will talk about this much more, but I just wanted to draw your attention to it. And then if we look at, in my precognition, if we look at figure 1, which is taken again from Clockery Wind Farm, and is volume 2, chapter 10, 10.3 cumulative noise contour map, we can see that the contour lines extend well over into the development side of the valley. So again, they go right over the top of Bar Hill. But again, I'm just referring so you can have a look at it, and Dr. Yelland will discuss it further. And that to me is very important. And also, actually, I looked at the dates when all the applications went ahead and were submitted, and I'm not quite sure where I've put them now, but I can supply you with them. But approximately, as far as I remember, Arecleoch extension scoping report went in I think it was early 2019, and then the application went in December 19. If you just give me a minute, I'll find them for you, if that's okay. Would you like me to do that?
I'm sure been given that information by others, so David and I will have it, but I'll take a note that you referred to it and we'll check those dates.
Okay, but ultimately what I am saying is that they all overlap, and that Scottish Power Renewables must have known that they were scoping in both areas at the same time. They must have known that that the applications were going to overlap. And although they had a date, I think it was of the 18th of April 2019, a cut-off date, it very much overlaps. And the fact that it is one developer that has doing both applications, if it was different developers, you might understand that one wouldn't know that the other was going to affect the other. But I can't see how they could possibly not know that one wasn't going to affect the other. And then if we go on to the noise monitoring locations themselves, Dr. Cand actually questions my questions, what I've said about the noise, and that if we go to 2383, I would say that White Cairn, Dr. Cand is perfectly correct. My arrow is in the wrong place, and I do apologise. That's on figure 4, where I've said the site of Hawley noise equipment. I think that when I've edited this, and you put arrows on top of pictures and you move the picture, the arrows don't always move with them, and I'm afraid that that's what's happened there. And that the actual location is, well, it's further over to the right, and if you look at that aerial photograph, you will see that there is there are some brownie coloured trees, and then there is what is the greenhouse, which looks like a grey roof, and the equipment was put between that that greenhouse, and there's a wall that runs a line where it looks like a hedge, which is the boundary of the property. And you can clearly see where the noise equipment was anyway, because underneath I've taken the Hawley photographs that were taken, and you can see you can see the greenhouse, you can see the wall. So but I don't consider that this is the best amenity area, because that's what, when you do these noise monitoring locations, I do believe the guidance says that you should choose the best amenity area for the property. And if you look on the following page, you will see that towards the house is probably a lawn and garden area without any trees, which is the reason they said they put it where they did, where the noise monitoring equipment might have been better placed. Also, all these properties, on all the properties that were chosen for noise monitoring locations, they're all in a very small circumference of the whole site, as can be seen in figure 2. A, B, C, D, and E are all the noise monitoring locations, apart from the one I've just discussed, White Cairn, which is on the valley side close to the railway line. All are within the valley. I'm not quite sure about Arecleoch because I haven't visited there, so I don't know very much about that one. But I've visited all the others that are marked there. If we go to Queensland Caravan Park, that actually is considered as the best amenity area to cover a large number of properties, which are all listed on page 1 in the operational noise monitoring assessment locations. It includes a manse, and it includes the private house to the right, Craig Nels, which is marked on the map. I think all the other locations are marked on figure 12. No, they're not that one, but anyway, they they are listed, and there's Kildonan House, which is a big private house, and where the noise monitoring location is put here is right at the edge of the caravan park. It is very close to the busy A714, and although the A714 is not it's not like the A77, which is really busy with all the volumes of traffic from the Irish ferry terminals. It's the secondary road that all the traffic uses if there's been an accident or a blockage. So you often do get all the heavy lorries and delivery trucks, and also lots of logging lorries from forest clearance. So it's that location will get a lot more background noise than I would consider the garden of Craignells would get, or even the play area in the caravan park, because Mr. Cant said that it was done, this monitoring was done in, I think, the closed season, so the caravan park would have been closed. So therefore I would have chosen to put the location to the left of that photograph, where there's a big green lawn between the caravan parks. I actually looked at that and thought it would be a good location, but then I thought, well, in the summer when children are there, they'll all be playing football and running around, so it might not be. But I would really like the reporters to look at that site in particular. And then lastly, I would just like to comment on the fact that if you go to figure 16 on, I have the page numbers on that, figure 16, Brooklyn was monitoring 3 properties, and in the lee of the valley again. And again, we rather disputed that they hadn't chosen the best amenity area. But all these properties face Mark Hill, and so they all do possibly get noise from Mark Hill. In fact, the owners of Brooklyn commented that when the wind is in certain directions, he definitely gets noise from it, and so did the owner of White Cairn. And then lastly, if you look at the table on the last page, figure 17, table 3, and paragraph 451, reasons for selection of receptor properties. It does say that it should sufficient to be representative of noise levels typical of those receptors closest to the proposed development. And just on, lastly, on all that, what I haven't what I haven't referenced again was Kilrenny, and the statement that made by Cindy Obad. Now, I don't know whether you've read it or not, but I would really like to be allowed to read that statement out.
Ms. Crossley, I don't think we need to read it in full. I have read it, and if David hasn't already, he will do.
Right.
He doesn't need to read it all in full. We really
Okay.
for that,
Okay.
add anything.
I'll just refer to it briefly then, and in the context that we've already mentioned that she is a respite carer, and that the children do play outside a lot, and they play beyond the boundaries of the garden. But what I would like to say is that, you know, she says that they've got a real number of concerns. They weren't aware of well, they were aware of this application, but they hadn't had anyone to really talk to them about it. They hadn't been able to go, or they hadn't known when the meetings were, because the meetings were just advertised in the papers. So they felt that they hadn't been able to object. They hadn't had enough information to know when they could do the objections. And by the time they did find out about it, it was deemed too late. And that they have noticed, they weren't aware of the wind turbine noise, particularly from Arecleoch, but they have been aware of declining health that could be ascribed to the turbines. So just to finish, if we go to my precognition. And if I could just go to Dr. Alan Evans, what he says. Dr. Alan Evans, professor from Queen's University Belfast in public health.
Ms. Crosby, what paragraph are you at?
I'm at, well, in my report, it's paragraph 49. I've just misplaced where I've put my precognition at the moment.
It's paragraph 39 in Mrs. Spence precognition on page 9.
Okay, so what he has to say, environmental noise pollution has public health become too utilitarian. The degree of collateral damage caused by wind farms should be totally unacceptable to public health, which must, like good government, fully exercise the precautionary principle. Governments pursuing renewable energy targets must adhere to the precautionary principle. They have a duty to commission appropriate studies to ensure that the health of their rural citizens is adequately protected. Rights of a rural dwelling citizens are every bit as important as those of the rest of society. In fact, in terms of wind energy, the overall benefit is fairly modest, and the adverse effects on people's from small. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby. Is that the examination chief finished, Mr. Grosvenor?
Yes, I mean, there are a couple of points, but I'm going to forgo those because time is moving on.
Okay, we appreciate that. Mr. Thompson, do you want a few minutes to pull your questions together? We can maybe take a 5-minute break just to give Ms. Crosswaite a breather. Would you be ready to go? Do you know how long you're likely to be with questions? Just trying to plan the rest of the day.
Not really. It depends on the answers
I know we
get.
should never ask Laura that.
But not nearly as long as an examination in chief. Not nearly as long.
Let's take 5 minutes. We'll come back at 3:45. Is everyone able to go on maybe until 4:30? Is there anybody that needs to stop at 4? I suggest perhaps we then see where we get to at 4:30. I think Ms. Crosswaite, you will need to come back tomorrow because we have a few questions as well from you, and we've had a long day, and we're obviously only on day one. Does that sound okay to everybody? We'll take 5 minutes, come back at 3:45, and start with Mr. Thompson's cross-examination. Thank you. Okay, I think that's everybody back. I just hand over to you, Mr. Thompson.
Afternoon, Ms. Crosswaite. I hope I won't keep you too long and we'll all be able to get away promptly. First of all, may I ask, am I right in thinking that you became an anti-wind farm campaigner or activist or whatever at the beginning of 2011?
You will be correct that I got involved in wind examining wind turbines and looking at the impact on the environment in 2011. I've never considered myself as an activist. I have never considered myself particularly as an anti-campaigner. In fact, as you are quite rightly aware, I chaired Communities Against Turbines, but it was out of concern for what was going on in the community. Very much my answers would be very similar to what Dr. Armstrong said this morning. It was the only way to get to know what was happening was to become involved with what became known and is still known as anti-wind farm groups. There aren't as many of them around anymore because people, their morale gets worn down, and it's also I'm not the sort of person who's into going on marches and doing that sort of thing. I think I've done it once, and I rather stepped back from that side of things.
How many inquiries like this have you attended?
This is my first.
And after being chairman or chairperson of Communities Against Turbines, were you then the UK spokeswoman for the European Platform Against Wind Farms?
I still retain that position. It's a very dormant position because it's sort of changed focus very much to become an informative platform rather than I think it might be different in France, but it goes under another name and under it's really an informative platform now. But I still retain that position.
And do you have any association with the Independent Noise Working Group?
My association is through knowing Dr. John Yelland and through knowing Melvin Grosvenor, and also I am aware of some of the other members, but I don't actually know any of them personally.
And are these associations that you've made just by going to various conferences?
Can you explain which associations you mean?
Dr. Yelland, Professor Alves Pereira, those two for a start.
Okay, well, the two eminent people that you refer to, Professor Pereira and Dr. John Yelland, along with Mr. Melvin Grosvenor. I met them all at the same time when they were helping and investigating the people in Fairley with regard to the Hunterston turbines, and that was how I got to know them.
Mr. Struan Stevenson?
I've known Mr. Stevenson for 40 years. All the time that I've lived in this area, he was one of the first people I met.
Wasn't your first interest in the ills of the perceived ills of wind turbines raised at a public meeting organised by Mr. Stevenson and someone else, another an MP, in January 2011.
Yes, I was involved in organising that, but it came about through people from the Community Council of Pinwerry, particularly with reference to Breaker Hill, and the people in Ballantrae becoming concerned about the proliferation of wind turbines. It didn't come about because of my friendship with Mr. Stevenson. Until that time, we'd never really discussed wind turbines at all. Through contacting my councillors and MSPs, and they stepped up and came along, and in fact, Martin Mathers spoke at that meeting. It was an open meeting for anyone to, and we had people from both sides of the line, if you like. It wasn't just against turbines or an anti-wind farm. We were trying to find out more information about what was happening in the area.
And just going back to one or two of the points you made in your examination in chief, one of the last points concerned the residents of Kilrenzie Farm, and how you came to be effectively a spokesperson for them. Can you tell me, first of all, how long have the present residents there been residents there?
I can't tell you specifically, but they have been there certainly since the early 2000s, because I knew the lady who lived there, and she moved away because of the pylons. The pylons that were put in go along the Tig Valley, along the side of the Tig Valley, and she was an artist and a painter, and she couldn't stand the thought that her beloved valley was going to be desecrated by pylons. So it would it might have been even the in fact it probably was the mid-90s, so they bought it from her and they moved in, so they've been there quite a long time.
I'm most grateful. You see, my information is that when the present application was made in June 2019, SPR wrote to the present residents to inform them of the application, and indeed to invite them to the public information day, which they duly attended, which is rather different from what you told us a few minutes ago.
Well, yes, that might be correct. I might have got things slightly out of order there. I think that might be correct. And they had then intended to object, but Mr. Obad works away a lot. He works in I don't think he's a doctor. But he certainly is a healthcare worker in some capacity, and works in London. So he's away a lot. And Mrs. Obad certainly said to me that they had intended to put in a formal objection, but they had missed the deadline. So it might be correct that they had had a letter and that they attended that first meeting. I'm sorry.
You also mentioned the Clydeport Hunterston Terminal Facility planning appeal. Were you involved in that personally at all?
I attended it, and I actually read a statement on behalf of Karen Brodie, because she felt intimidated and didn't feel that she could do that. So she asked me if I would do that for her, because I'd driven up to attend the meeting, and So that was how I became, that was my limited involvement in that.
But can I take it that because of your interest, you read the decision letter from January 2018?
Yes.
Could you look, please, at CD 9.1, which is that decision letter? And would you look, please, at paragraph 45? On page 11. Would you agree with me that if the present reporters wanted to know what the then reporter thought about the evidence regarding alleged health effects of turbine noise, paragraph 45 would be the place to find it? Agree that, Ms. Crosswaite?
Sorry?
Can we agree that?
Yes, I did agree with you. Sorry.
Great, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. I must. You've already accepted that you don't have any qualification as an acoustician. And am I right in thinking that you also don't have any formal qualification of a medical nature?
That is correct.
Could you have your recognition to hand, please, which is, I think, 23 CD 23.108.
It's 106.
I can't read my own handwriting. Thank you very much, 106. And I'm interested in paragraph 14. Under the heading Kilrenzi. The council has objected on residential visual amenity, and then there's a reference number, and then a reference to paragraph 25, which you read out earlier. That isn't anything that the council has said, is it? The 3 lines beginning paragraph 25.
Well, if you go back to, I think paragraph 25 is possibly from my report. Can I just check?
Page 7, paragraph 25. What you seem to have done is quoted yourself.
Yes, I apologise. I did the wrong quote there. I can find the quote that I meant to do if you want. It's in there.
As long as we're clear that that's what that one was.
Yes, I apologise for that.
And then just looking for a moment at the style of your report, which is, I think, 23.58. You use headings, you use quite substantial quotes and italics, and intersperse that with your own evidence, like paragraph 25 in ordinary type. Is that the general pattern?
Yes, that is the general pattern.
could you look, please, at Dr. Yellen's report, please? Which I think is CD 23.105. I take it you're quite familiar with this. You're familiar with this. If you look first at the table of contents at page 2 and 3,
Yes.
we see that it goes up to paragraph 6.5. But then if you turn on to paragraph 6.5, you find that the document continues with paragraph 7. And there are then a few pages ending with a list of documents at page 43. Now, the style of section 7 doesn't seem to me to match the style of the report up to that point. And there's a reference near the top of page 41 in bold, subheading Jennifer Downs' appeal decision. John, I have included the following extracts from the appellant's inquiry report in Arial typeface for ease of reference. Is section 7 something that's been added by you?
No, I didn't add that.
The reference to John that I just drew attention to on page 41, that wasn't you speaking to Dr. Yelland?
No, that wasn't me speaking to Dr. Yelland.
Have you any idea where this passage came from?
Yes, it was discussed by all of us, and it could have been put in at the end because Dr. Yelland wasn't very well, as you know.
Well, this report went in on the 17th of January. I understand that he had an unfortunate reaction to his COVID vaccination on the 22nd, which wouldn't necessarily explain this strange addition to his report on the 17th, would it?
No, it explain that, but I think possibly what might explain that was the fact that he was under incredible pressure to finish his report, and because we'd all been discussing this, then it could have been copied and pasted in at the end, so it wasn't missed off because it's important.
Well,
and if he wanted to later refer to it, he needed to include it, and he was already very late at submitting his report. So I think that maybe it got pushed in at the end because he knew that he would probably want to discuss it.
you see, apart from a reference on page 7 to Arecleoch, this report seems to be entirely generic and not specifically related in any way to the present application. So it could have come from anywhere at any time. It's only section 7 that relates in any way, apart from that one reference to the name, to what we're concerned with.
I don't quite agree with you there. I think a lot of the generic points are very much about what is happening, and after all, Dr. Yelland was relying, because he couldn't come up here and do all the things he wanted to do. He was very much relying on me doing the groundwork and submitting it in my report. And I put in my precognition that we would be cross-referencing our evidence, because that was what it was. That was the way we were only able to work it because of COVID, and that he is there to answer the acoustical, anything to do with the physics and the acoustical evidence. And so a lot of what he has submitted is indeed generic and could relate to most wind turbines and others, other types of low frequency noise as well.
So the style of this report is in the first person singular. I am John Yelland, paragraph 1.1.1. But at paragraph 7, he says, at this juncture, we consider it would be helpful to draw the inquirer's attention. Can you think why he would make that change?
Well, not offhand, but I think we all do some things like this. We often write I and then refer to we. It's just something that a lot of us do all the time. If you're married and you're a couple and you're talking in the first person, you often talk in the third person as well.
Well, no doubt I'll be able to ask Dr. Yelland tomorrow. But it's your position that you had nothing to do with the authorship of Section 7.
It was discussed by Melvin Grosvenor, John and I, that this needed to go into his report, but I wasn't aware that I had actually put it in.
But the style is very much yours rather than his if you compare your report with his.
It's very possible that he took it that it was taken from my evidence.
And then we come to Dr. Yelland's precognition, which is CD 23.107. And this bears that it was submitted by you on the 26th of January.
I worked with Melvin Grosvenor on this because Dr. John Yelland was very ill after he'd had the vaccine. We discussed it together, and then Mr. Grosvenor discussed it with John, and they worked on it together. And I think, Mr. Grosvenor actually physically compiled it for him, because he said he couldn't possibly do anything like that at the moment, but it was with his full agreement.
And that's why it's in the third person.
Very possibly. Very possibly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crosswaite. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. We got through that faster than I thought we would. I suggest we stop there. It's been a long day. It's after 4, and we'll come back tomorrow with questions from the reporters, and then re-examination if Mr. Grosvenor's got anything further to lead on. And then it would be Dr. Yelland and then Professor Alves Pereira. Will they be available? I see Dr. Yelland's on the screen. Will Professor Alves Pereira be available tomorrow?
Yes. we're in contact with obviously both of them. Professor Pereira has just moved, so she's settling in now, but we are in contact with her, and we anticipate that she will be available tomorrow. I suspect Dr. Yellen will take up most of the morning, and we'll see if we can push through with the rest by the end of the day tomorrow with the two of them.
Okay. Anybody got any questions before we finish up? Okay, on that basis, we'll thank you for your attendance today, and we'll see everybody at 10 o'clock in the morning. Thanks very much.